do it. Greetings. Audio appears to be working, I think. What's up? Good morning. Happy Saturday. Welcome. What's up, Hoffman, Space Hoppercopter, Jay Myers, Killick, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else, etc., etc. I feel like I'm losing my mind, not recalling how to speak, I guess. I don't know. I'm a little out of it today. And it turns out I didn't realize just quite how, both in terms of nature and magnitude, out of it I was until I started opening my mouth. I was like, wait, how do I speak? But it's okay. We'll manage. I think I'm managing. We're doing okay. I'm making do. Anyway, we're back for more Games Bond. What may possibly be, certainly not the last Games Bond stream, but it could be the last stream of the last game that is officially on the list. We are at mission 50 out of 50 on the official game list, but we do have one more bonus game to go after this, which will be the Xbox Live Arcade version of Rare's GoldenEye, of which I have mixed emotions about getting into. I think I'm just a little worried that it's going to be a little bit of an ordeal, but I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting, if nothing else. It's a game that I mean, not that version in particular, but it's a game obviously that a lot of people have memories of, have thoughts and feelings about. And you know, when we played the original N64 GoldenEye, that was a not speaking of the game itself, but just the process of streaming it was, I think, one of the more, I guess you could say, memorable parts of this whole project. Unsurprisingly, it was a game that I was kind of both dreading and looking forward to, and it played out similarly to what I expected, I suppose. Dreading in the sense that I knew that I wasn't really a huge fan of the game, and I figured it might be a little bit obnoxious. And actually, I guess in a lot of ways, it turned out to be far more obnoxious and difficult than I expected. But it's, you know, for a project like this, I think there have been very few games that we've played that not a single person has had any kind of, you know, there's always someone in chat popping in and, you know, mentioning that having played this game in the past and remembering it and whatever. And you know, there's occasionally something where you don't really expect to get a lot of audience, you know, participation in that regard, but there's almost always been like something, or it feels that way anyway. But as you would expect, GoldenEye on the N64 was by far the most like that's a game where I felt more in the dark than like the chat room and the viewership, which I think is like, that's equally uncommon. Like, that's the only game almost that's been like that. I mean, I've been going in essentially blind. Like, most of the games in this project aren't games I played in the past. And I mean, I have played GoldenEye when it was new, but I never like finished it. I never played it from beginning to end, and I hadn't really played it since the 90s. I did like one round of multiplayer in like 2005, I don't know. But it's a game where, you know, it's kind of a rare thing outside of Games Bond as well, because I usually stream kind of weird stuff that either I stream stuff that I'm really into, or I stream stuff that I don't know anything about but I'm curious about, and you might have someone in chat who knows it. But, you know, more often than not, playing games here, it is an experience of like exploration and discovery. What's up, M. Fuller? Does my shirt glow in the dark? It's very vibrant, but I do not believe it's got any kind of glow in the dark properties. Although it kind of looks like the colors on my webcam are all kinds of messed up, so it kind of looks, the colors look kind of pale on camera, the way you might expect them to if they're glow in the dark ink, but they are in fact very vibrant. I everyone's been searching for a great Bond game. Some have found theirs, others have not. That might be the case. But in any case, whenever I play something where I'm like at a I was gonna say at a disadvantage, that's not really the word for it, but it's a novel experience for me to play something where I can kind of where I can be the one who is like more clueless, and I can have chat sort of fill in the blanks, or I mean, depending on what the game is and what the circumstances are for playing it. Obviously, in a lot of cases, I don't want a lot of like spoilers and stuff, but even having people be able to relate and reminisce, and just playing something that people are excited to watch because they have a personal relationship to it, is almost always a fun thing. And GoldenEye is like the absolute, like, I don't know what it's like an outlier. Like it's such a like by orders of magnitude more popular game than anything else in this project, and most people who have played it have like a lot of thoughts and opinions about it. And it really stood out in that not only was it like a generally kind of active, like chat room was active and everything, but there was actually a very tangible influx of new viewers, people who through one way or another found this stream because I was streaming GoldenEye. I'm bad with names that I can't put faces to, so like I have no idea if any of the people I'm currently addressing came in at that time. I don't know to what extent people came in and found this channel and stuck around, but there was like pretty much every GoldenEye stream, there was at least like some person who evidently, like obviously, found the stream because of the game being played, and thankfully those people, I think by and large, like were very cool. Like people, it wasn't like people showing up being angry and upset that I'm playing the game wrong or that I'm a hater or whatever. Like we had some, I think, pretty interesting nuanced discussions about why I'm not a huge fan of that game. I think it was a bit of a relief in a way that a lot of the criticisms I have towards that game, I didn't feel like people showed up and were like overly defensive or annoyed with it the way I think I would have kind of expected. What proportion of jerks do I get in your chat in general? Not a very high amount, and maybe that's maybe that's related, or however you'd phrase that, like maybe any influx of viewers would bring about and like a similar proportion of jerks as you would any other time. That's possible, I don't know. But I think I wouldn't necessarily look at it that way, because I think there are certain kinds of games that, or I mean even certain games period, where people are very passionate about it, and people are very opinionated, and people are very particular about the ways in which they, and by extension you, play and enjoy those games. And I've seen it on other channels. People play something that's very popular that they personally are not that familiar with, and can be very I've experienced that as a viewer. When someone plays something and a game that I really love, I will very quickly want to like if a person is playing a game that they're not familiar with, it's a dear favorite of mine, and they express like disappointment or frustration, and I feel like a kind of frustration that the person isn't capable of seeing like what's so great about the game, and they're not enjoying it. I don't get mad at the person, but I can feel a frustration in the situation and a disappointment of like, man, I wish, like, I'm watching this streamer that I enjoy and playing something that I enjoy, but they're not having a good time. You just kind of want to help. You want to fix that, and you want to be able to allow them to have a better time. And sometimes that can it's very easy to find yourself wanting to express something that can come across very unconstructive. 'Cause, 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 ' You know, I've been on multiple different parts of that sort of equation. So knowing that I would not be going into GoldenEye with like an unbridled enthusiasm, I wasn't really sure what to expect. I honestly, you know, I don't go into it expecting like, oh man, I'm gonna get so many new viewers. But you know, on some level, if any game was gonna bring in viewers that I didn't get normally, it would probably be that one. Although I'm sure, you know, I'm sure we had people pop in for Everything or Nothing or whatever else in some other games. But with the expectation that we might get some like real GoldenEye heads show up, which we did, I'm thankful that it didn't lead to any needless friction or frustrations. So with that in mind, or sort of in the rearview mirror, I'm curious to see, for a lot of reasons actually, what playing the other version of GoldenEye is going to be like, because I reckon just on account of putting that as my stream category, there's going to be people who find the channel, and you know, we might have a little bit of that experience again. But just from a personal point of view, I'm also going to be experiencing the game for a second time, albeit under slightly different circumstances, in some regards very different circumstances, and I look forward to that. I think especially with the recent memory of playing GoldenEye Reloaded on PS3, which was essentially, you know, the second time we played through that campaign, having first played it on Wii a little while back, it solidified my perception that you're definitely going to think of a game differently when you play it a second time. I mean, that's not like rocket science, that's not surprising, but for the purpose of like ranking these games and putting them in a tier list or just assessing them in general, you think of things differently. And I think that's like highly relevant when it comes to the conversation about GoldenEye, because as I've said many times, I've never been a huge fan of that game, but I can see that it's a game that grows on you the more you play it. It's a game that has a lot of depth and a lot of room for kind of growth and mastery as a player, in a way that maybe not that many games in this project have had. And for some people, that's going to be inherently something that makes it a better game. For me, judging these games essentially on like playing through them from beginning to end and then moving on, that can be something that kind of works against a game, because if I don't really get to the point of really enjoying it or really seeing the greatness in it until I spend more time with it, until I play it multiple times, inevitably that's going to affect my feelings on it, my assessment of it. So, you know, I look forward to it, but it is, I know at the first time I had you know, suspicions, but now I know that it's a difficult, annoying game. So we'll see. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna play every game again to revise the rankings. They will be standing as they stand. I mean, they might still be adjusted, but not by means of playing through the whole thing a second time. I mean, we've been at this for 3 years already. I'm more than ready for GameSpawn to be wrapped up. And speaking of, as part of wrapping up, we're finishing. Well, I don't know if we're finishing today. We played through 2 of the 5 missions, films, campaigns, whatever, in 007 Legends last time in about 3 hours, and like we could have time to finish it today, but I probably won't, because I'm not sure. I will want to cut this stream before it gets too dark. I want to go out and do some things, just run some errands, and in order to not worsen my current anxiety and depression any more than necessary, I will want to be able to go out while there's still sunlight, which means I have a pretty hard deadline of around 3 p.m., which is in about 4.5 hours. So I don't think we'll have time to finish, especially because I do want to look into the Skyfall mission DLC that we won't be able to play, but hopefully find like a YouTube video of it. There's going to be some like spreadsheet and analysis and all that stuff, so we might we'll see. I don't know, you know, we've done 2 out of the 5 missions, but I don't know that they're equally long. They could be getting longer and more convoluted and challenging as the game goes, but we'll keep playing. But we're close to the end regardless. If we don't finish today, the next stream should certainly be enough to wrap things up. We are also finally starting proper the film watching. I guess I don't know that I can call it a marathon, but we'll be watching all the Bond films in chronological order, starting with Dr. No tonight on Discord, 9 p.m. Central European time. And if you're interested in joining that, might as well drop a link. We will be skipping On Her Majesty's Secret Service and Moonraker, as we just watched them last weekend in preparation of for 007 Legends. But with the exception of those two films, I reckon we'll watch everything. Well, the 25 Eon Productions films. We will not be watching any other adjacent or non-official Bond films. Yeah, I don't have it all like scheduled out, but I reckon I will want to go through those movies. I don't want to have it drag out for too long, so I would like to finish all movies before the end of December. We'll see exactly what the scheduling is going to be like, but we might have some double feature nights to kind of just keep it going. But we'll start tonight anyway. And this is, of course, part of the research to make sure that we can properly and accurately assess the Bond quotient for each game, to scientifically calculate which of these games are the most James Bond games and not just the best James Bond games. But more on that later. If you're a regular viewer, you'll be more than aware of what this nonsense is all about. But we will do, of course. So once we've done this game, once we've done GoldenEye, once we've done the whole movie watching experience, once we've gotten all the cross T's, dotted I's, and all of that, there will be some kind of finale stream where we go over the proper final ranking of all games and do the final Bond quotient science and all of that. And I expect this stream to be happening at some point in January. Somewhere around all of this, potentially after that is done, we also have the Prince of Persia port exploration marathon project, which I will like to at least have done and out of the way by the time 007 First Light comes out at the end of March, which should not be too much of a problem. But I also don't know. I'm on the precipice of some pretty life-altering changes right now. My current employment ends in less than a week, and I am attempting to transition into some kind of new status quo as a freelancer / self-employed artist, and that's like a complete chaos nightmare currently. And I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know that I don't know, and there's a lot of complicated matters with regards to a lot of things, I guess. And I don't really want to be bogged down in that, because that's a large contributing factor to my current feelings of anxiety currently. So I'm kind of on the contrary, hoping that playing some video games on the internet can help distract me and feel a little more excited and I don't know, positive, I guess. And this has undeniably been a very positive experience. James Bond has been a lot of fun. It's been very satisfying, and I'm eager to get to the end so I can finally, kind of put a bow on it and be satisfied. Yeah, just have that feeling of completion, or another mission completed, another project wrapped up. It'd be terrible to kind of falter on the finish line, right? So we'll see it through to the end. I think that's what I had to say about that. But I do want to just do a super quick bit of housekeeping, life update stuff, whatever you want to call it. And I don't want to derail the stream for too long, so we'll do this very surface level. But some may have noticed I mentioned something on stream here and there about, or on Discord. I think I did anyway. About some very exciting package arrivals, some additions to the toy collection. So I think I posted this on a picture of this. So I got the Jada Street Fighter 2 Blanca figure finally, because believe it or not, there was actually a Black Friday deal on Swedish Amazon. So Swedish Amazon is like weird and it kind of sucks. And I mean, Black Friday sucks everywhere nowadays, but usually, like if I have a wish list or several wish lists with a total of like a couple of hundred items, and you look at what's been discounted for Black Friday, and it's like, well, here's 4 things that have a discount of about 5%, or you know, something's been marked up and in preparation of putting a quote unquote, you know, 20 or 30% discount and whatever. But these things are usually pretty pricey here if you compare it to like international like MSRP. I think this one is like 30-35 bucks in the US typically, and it was about like standard list, you know, the listed price here for this one was about, I guess, 50 bucks, we'll say, just for the sake of simple math. And it actually was discounted to, I guess, around 35 bucks. So anytime I'm able to buy toys locally at a price that is like not significantly above American MSRP, that's a deal. And in fact, so as you can see, it's a pretty big box. It's a chunky figure. Blanca is one of the kind of deluxe figures. It's a larger box, larger figure than most of the standard Street Fighter figures in this line. So when the line first started, the standard figures were like 25 bucks, and the deluxe were planned to be like 30. Then shit happened, prices went up, and now the standard figures are closer to 30, between 25 and 30 maybe, and these are like closer to 35. And normally, like the standard figures that I can get on Amazon here, they are like 35. And this again closer to 50. So being able to get this for about 35 bucks, it's like, well, I cannot imagine having the opportunity to get this any cheaper, so let's do it. I do of course want to get all the figures in this line, and there's not, well, out of the ones that have been sort of at least solicited for pre-orders and whatever, there's not many left. I'm still missing like Sagat and I think Claw are like out. Not necessarily super available here, but they are out. They just started taking pre-orders for Honda, and then I guess after that, I forget the exact release order that they've announced, but it's going to be Zangief, Boxer, T-Hawk, and Akuma. And I think I'm looking at, because they have the character select on the back here. I do have Evil Ryu and Violent Ken both. And I think Claw and Sagat are the only ones, that are sort of currently available that I don't yet have. So I'm gonna want to get those eventually, but hopefully I can get those without paying an arm and a leg. But the actual exciting thing, I mean, I'm excited about this, but the thing that prompted me to want to actually bring this up on stream is so as I mentioned, I'm transitioning into a different state of being. Which will have very severe implications on my personal financial situation, meaning I'm not going to be able to buy a bunch of shit from Japan all the time. But I had the opportunity to get something that I sort of decided as a final indulgence, we'll call it. There was a series of circumstances that led me to refund some things that I'd gotten at Big Bad Toy Store, and I was looking at Surugaya to get the same things there because I could get them cheaper. But as I was looking, I found the opportunity to order something that I have been wanting to get for, not even wanting to get, but wanted to own ever since it first came out, somewhere between 15 and 20 years ago. At the time, I didn't have I was like either a broke student or I was broke and unemployed. I forget which at that particular time, but I wasn't importing toys from Asia. And I haven't really ever been like scouring for secondhand older figures and stuff, because like these Japanese collectible figures, and I mean, I guess it's the same with American mass market toys nowadays. If you don't get them when they're new, they don't really stay like in print. They don't stay on shelves. You get them when they come out, and in many cases you pre-order them a year before they come out, and that's the only way you get them. Otherwise, you have to turn to the secondary market, where a lot of the times, you know, prices go crazy. And in this case, this figure was a lot. I mean, it's not like you couldn't get it. It was just expensive, a lot more expensive than it was at retail. For, you know, obviously. But what happened was that this figure had kind of dropped in price, and I was able to use Pseudogaya discounts, and I had, in essence, I mean, not really, but I'm telling myself I had, in essence, money to burn, because I had, like, refunded some other stuff. And I decided that, you know, this figure is still pretty pricey, but it is actually a more or less equivalent price to, or the same price, I should say, of an equivalent figure that would be released today. Like, if this very figure would be re-released today, the amount that I paid for it now is probably about what they would charge for it. So in a roundabout way, it's not exactly super marked up. I mean, it is more than twice what the original retail cost was, but this figure came out in, I think, 2008. So, you know, things change a lot. In any case, it's a figure I always kind of wanted, never expected that I would actually get. But I am happy to announce, or, well, I'm happy to have it anyway, the Capcom Maniacs Rainbow Mika figure from Street Fighter 03. I've always loved the look of this figure. I've always loved this character, and she never really got a lot of merchandise. And again, like, it's one of these things that I would just see pictures on the internet, and it's cool. It's like, oh yeah, they're advertising the arcade release of Street Fighter 4. Releasing in arcades, arcade video game, summer of 2008. Oh yeah, as you can see, of course, there was the Ibuki figure in this line. There were only ever these two figures in this line. I would love to get the Ibuki figure as well, but the Rainbow Mika was the one that I always really wanted. And yeah, like, I don't remember now exactly what it came out to, but it was something like, I don't know, 15,000 yen or something. Which, I mean, if you look at the current, like, the Kotobukiya Bishojo figures, they're getting up there to about 20,000. So this one is pretty similar to those. It might be ever so slightly smaller, but yeah, I'm just like, I'm really jazzed to have this figure. It's one of a relative small handful of figures ever produced of this character, and it honestly might be my favorite one. Of course, well, you can barely see her because she's like behind these. Well, I was gonna say she's behind these Christmas lights. It's actually the cartridges that are hanging in this little, like, plastic pocket thing on my bedroom door. But right there is my quarter scale Rainbow Mika statue, and off screen over that way I have the Bishojo Street Fighter 5 Rainbow Mika figure as well. I am missing the old Soda Toys Street Fighter Revolution Rainbow Mika figure, but I don't think it's like a great looking one. And that's not a figure I would bother hunting down. And again, I mean, I wasn't really ever expecting to be hunting this one down. It's one of those things, like, it's on Pseudogaya, so I put it on the wish list, and it's sitting there for years, price slowly ticking up. But yeah, circumstances just managed to align in such a way that I could talk myself into ordering it. And I opened it today. Well, I opened the shipping box, rather, and I found, to my surprise, that as far as I can tell, this has in fact never been opened. Because I noticed when I was looking at it, it's like, oh yeah, she's got there's this, like, plastic film over the figure. But all the tape on the box, like, this does not look like it's been re-taped. I don't really care. I mean, I intend to unbox her and display her somewhere. If I have a few square inches to put this down somewhere, which is not a given. But yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. So yeah, I just wanted to show this off and mention it real quick. But we have plenty of games bonding to do, so we'll leave that there. But yeah, I'll get her unboxed and take some pictures and post on Discord and what have you. I don't know if anyone else here is sharing my excitement and enthusiasm for figure collecting, Street Fighter, or Rainbow Mika, but If you do, then I'm sure you can relate to my excitement. But speaking of excitement, we are going to head straight into James Bond and 007 Legends. Let's do it. Before we get started, we'll do a super quick recap here on what this game is, in case you weren't here last time. 007 Legends is a first-person shooter released in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Bond movie series. It says here that its 6 chapters are based on 6 movies, which is true with a little bit of an asterisk. So we play as Daniel Craig, and there's this absurd narrative framework of the game opens with what I believe to be essentially like the opening scene in Skyfall, where he's like fighting on a train and Moneypenny shoots him by mistake, sort of, and then he falls into a river, and then, you know, that movie starts. But in this game, when he's like passed out drowning in a river, he's like remembering a bunch of old James Bond movies that in this timeline happened at some point prior to 2012, but not in the 60s and 70s and 80s. And also starring Daniel Craig and other, you know, Craig era adjacent characters like Judi Dench's M and Anner. So the game starts, like the first thing that happens is like you're in this tropical hotel room and you find a smartphone and you find this lady painted in gold, and like, yep, we're in Goldfinger now, and it's that whole aspect is a little weird. But so we have missions based on the films listed here: Goldfinger, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Moonraker, License to Kill, Die Another Day, and finally Skyfall. But the Skyfall mission is not, well, I don't want to say it's not part of the campaign, but it wasn't included in the game. It was released as DLC. Free DLC, as I understand it. But that DLC, alongside the game itself, was delisted from digital platforms less than 6 months after the game came out, which is very strange. Apparently the PC version was only ever available on Steam for like 2 months, which is crazy, but that's how it goes with licensed shit, I guess. But what that means is that I have a physical copy, I have a disc here, but I do not have access to the Skyfall DLC. I did investigate playing the PC version, which, while not for sale, is something you can find. And I have the PC version, including the Skyfall mission, but that port is kind of messed up. It does not control well, has some other issues on top of the typical challenges associated with streaming stuff that's playing on the PC versus a console that I'm capturing. So I decided to run with the 360 version, and when we finish everything else, we'll see to what extent the game, like, like the whole thing, like, we can't really talk about the storyline or narrative finishing and wrapping up because it's just the movies, right? Like, there's not going to be an original ending to the story. So I guess it's just like, you know, he wakes up after his, you know, trauma-induced flashbacks, and then either the game ends or he goes and do, you know, he does a bunch of Skyfall stuff. It's going to be a little weird. This game was critically panned. This game has a Metacritic rating of, I believe, like 46 or something. And I've been told, I believe, from other sort of sources and indications as well, that this is a bad game. I've been mostly baffled, not by the game itself, but its reception. I can see why people were kind of lukewarm on it. I can see why in 2012 this was a less exciting prospect than the latest Call of Duty or, I don't know, whatever else. But for it to be that, like, panned, not just like people didn't really care, like, I don't know. I think that's like the most interesting aspect of this game. But as the game itself, like, it's a pretty fun first-person shooter, and it does a surprisingly good job of bringing back the look and feel of these films. There's some changes here and there, but it's nowhere near as crazy as GoldenEye, where they literally changed everything they could. The Activision GoldenEye, I mean, of course, where every character looks different, the plot's different, every location is different, none of the music or set design or locations, like, nothing is the same. But here, it's like, you know, they put it in a contemporary setting. They certainly expand certain things to make it, you know, more actiony and more video gamey. But from what we've seen so far, there's a pretty solid effort to make things feel reminiscent of each respective film. And I think the game pulls it off well enough to make it like a fun, nostalgic, kind of satisfying experience in that regard. And we are now about to head into License to Kill. So the movies listed here on this page are in chronological order, but we don't play them in that order in the game. In the game, you play them in the order of Goldfinger, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, License to Kill, Die Another Day, and then Moonraker is the last one. Well, before Skyfall. And we'll see how they string that together. Macaw 45 has rated with 626 viewers. Welcome, everybody. We're going from one quality licensed game to another. Although, I think this game is a little bit better than the PS2 Catwoman game Macaw 45 was playing. But I hope that went well. Welcome, Raiders. Your timing is impeccable because we are just about to get started. Oh yeah. So a quick recap, I guess. Well, we boot the game up and we can do it as we get into it. Free from Catwoman, never thought it would end. Were you able to see it all the way through? I caught a little bit of the stream and I could tell that it didn't seem to be an exciting prospect to try to push through to the end, but you know, Macaw 45 is nothing if not a beacon of truly impressive perseverance. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Maybe someday the Caped Crusade Gaiden will occur. Maybe. You never know what might happen after Games Bond. I don't know. I have prospects, I have ideas, I have plans. I'm excited to see Macaw 45 play, like, work his way through the bottom, like, half of my Batman game rankings. He's played a good chunk of the worst ones. I just need him to play the PS1 Batman Beyond and the Game Boy Color game for sure. Chaos in Gotham. Gonna be pretty good.
What have you got there? A box?
Everyone wants me to review boxes. We were just about getting started, but I should have known that if Macaw 45 is rating the stream, we're not going to get started anytime soon. Given that I'm expecting to not finish this whole game today, I guess we can afford to take a slight detour. Give me a moment, and I will arrange for a little bit of box art reviewing here. That'll go there, sure. And I'm having been requested the PS2 Catwoman game. I'm just grabbing the box here from Game FAQs, and I am noticing, I'm learning here as a fun little coincidence, that Catwoman on the PS2 does in fact have a aggregate review rating of 46, which, let me double check. Oh, okay, well, Catwoman has an aggregate review score of 46, but 007 has an aggregate review score of 45. So, but given that I think this game is actually pretty sick, I can only conclude that Catwoman is also at least a B+ tier kind of game. But we'll see. We'll see. When the dust settles, we can do the science properly. Daniel Craig in the 007 Legends box looks like Will Ferrell. Yeah, it looks good. The characters look good in the game. The graphics are good, and the character, like, actor likenesses are really quite nice in this game. That's certainly one thing you can't take away from it. Anyway, let's see here. Let's hop on over here. And let us review Der Planer. Komplett in Deutsch. On CD-ROM. for 39 Deutschmarks by Greenwood Entertainment. I gotta say, I wish I could feel the enthusiasm felt by whoever was compelled to put 3 exclamation marks on komplett in Deutsch. Now, this may be a highly appropriate cover. I do believe, knowing nothing about this game, that it probably captures the essence of this game to some degree or another.
Look, you!
Up Chudley, thanks for the follow. But it does not tickle my artistic sensibilities. And we've got some degree of typography going on. There's some kind of logo design. The layout for what it is not terrible. You know, you can read the text. Things aren't obscured. But also, this looks like some kind of informational pamphlet. Like, it's weird because, like, yeah, it doesn't look cool or exciting, but I guess that wasn't what they were going for. But knowing, you know, however little I know about German, you know, spreadsheet-based Unterhaltung software, I know that they can get a lot more exciting than this when it comes to marketing and artwork and, you know, the aesthetic side of things. So sticking like a, you know, a stock photo of a truck on a box is, to me, it's not offensive to my sensibilities, but you would have to really make an effort to make less effort than this. It is not directly off-putting to look at. It is probably representative, but it is not exciting. I mean, I think this, like, we talk fairly frequently about, like, the poster tests. Like, if you took this box and turned it into a poster, would you want to hang it on your wall? I think there are worse covers that, you know, while not passing the poster test, you could at least imagine them being like a conversation piece. This is like nothing. Imagining this, like the design of this as like a, you know, decorative element in your home decor is just unfathomable. The artist to all these other sick German games did the pixel art in this game. Illustrations look insane. Yeah, I mean, could have fooled me. That's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. But as it stands, we have to review this box and the merits of the box itself. And I'll be willing to be courteous on account of it not being directly offensive to my sensibilities. I'm just very bored by it. And you know, there's something to that logo. Not a lot, but there's something. So I think this, we end up at 2 stars here. It's not really that it's awful, it's just that it's nothing. Just nothing. Moving on. We have one more request here. And that is for everyone's favorite Halle Berry action game, Catwoman by EA Games. Or published by EA, I should say. Actually, who developed this? Argonaut. Jesus. That's weird. I mean, that explains some things about this game being legitimately pretty great. Seems a bit of a mess, though, from what I caught. I mean, I've seen bits of this game before as well, and I will admit to sharing in Macaw's compulsion and fascination with wanting to play it. Not only do I share a fascination for licensed games in general, but this game has like climbing and platforming, and that's something I'm very weak to as well. So, you know, how do you rate a cover like this? Obviously, it's borrowing some imagery from the film. I don't know if this was like a poster for the movie. That's obviously a relatively common occurrence for movie-based games. And I think as far as like what the game is, the cover is very expected. There's nothing interesting or exciting or unique about it. You know, it's like it's applying the film branding to this film, you know, tie-in product. I think her costume is ridiculous looking, but that's not the fault of the game or the cover art, you know. I think the idea of this like cat's eye and her like posing in front of it and whatever, like it's all right. I think the very thick black glow on the logo text looks kind of cheap and weird. I'm not a huge fan of the EA swoosh that they used at the time, but it's, you know, it's not really obtrusive. They even cheekily put her feet in front and behind. It's even like a little transparent. You can see her other foot. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But yeah, like what to even say? Try to see if there were more exciting Dectora boxes to review. Answer is apparently barely, sometimes. I have the one PS1 game that I think is a pretty good cover, but I don't. I know that there's a couple of those, couple of games in that one series, but I guess I don't remember exactly what they look like. Let's not get too distracted. Early days of orange and blue game covers, movie posters. I mean, EA had the whole like blue branding thing, but I guess, I mean, it's not that they put that on the layout of the artwork itself, but I mean, it's not quite that like orange teal. This is just like yellow and black with a hint of blue, so it's not quite that. But I do think it's also it's kind of on the precipice of that trend. It's not like full Transformers, but I guess we got a little bit of that. But yeah, you know, it's a representative cover. I think it doesn't have too much like awful, cheap, Photoshoppy, weird. Like if we think of, when I think of like the mid 2000s, I also think of like that's kind of the time period when we started seeing real pieces of shit like DVD covers. Like when you started seeing re-releases of older films on DVD, where instead of having the actual original poster artwork or VHS cover artwork, they just slap together some horrid new Photoshop piece of shit. And you know, we've been stuck in that purgatory since then, pretty much. And I think by extension, of course, when you have movie, like when the whole movie marketing, if the movie poster looks like shit because the movie marketing material has this like super focus tested like marketing angle to it, where it's just like full product, there's no element of like making it artistic or cool, then as the cover art designer for the video game tie-in, you're kind of bound by that, right? So I feel like this is just like, it's inevitable. This is what it was only ever going to be. I feel like I'm actually curious, like this is one of those things where potentially a game like this, if it had been released in other regions or platforms, like you might get some unexpected variation, or you might have like some other alternate you know, some other alternate press photo used for the cover or something. Like there's the Everything or Nothing, which the Japanese version replaces Heidi Klum on the cover with, I forget the name of the Japanese actress who's featured in the game as like Q's assistant. Like she's on the box instead of Heidi Klum's character, which is pretty fun. But otherwise, I mean, it's the same cover otherwise, so it's not really the same thing. But anyway, like, how do you rate this? This like does not pass any kind of, not only poster test, but like the back of the box test as well, which I've talked about, which is like, if something intrigues you to want to learn more about the game. The thing is, the only thing this cover communicates is that it is a tie-in with the Catwoman film. It doesn't communicate anything about the game. If you know, if there was an Argonaut Software logo on the front, that alone would be like, holy shit, I need to I need to see what this is. But as it stands, like there's a curiosity, I guess, but it's not, the curiosity is not dependent on the execution of the artwork. I would be curious to look at the back of the box because it's a movie tie-in game, but you could have a temporary GameStop, like someone scribble with a marker Catwoman movie game, and it would have the exact same effect. So it's not really because of the artwork itself. Yeah, Star Wars DVDs with a Stormtrooper helmet serves no purpose other than make people notice the product on the Star Wars on shelf. Those sales surpass people who want a proper cover. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, they wouldn't do that for absolutely no reason, right? It can't be... It's not a money-saving proposition for them to design a new cover. Like, no matter how shit it is, there's no possible... Like, there's no possible way that it could be less of an expense for them to use that than the covers that already exist. But there must be some amount of data that tells them that that profits will increase if they do that. This cover, the picture is not from the game. This is this is what she looks like in the film. This is the... I don't know if this was this like, I'm sure there were multiple movie posters, but it's definitely a marketing
What have you
image
got there? A box?
that was used for the film and for tie-in products, whatever may have existed. Like, I guess, I don't know if this movie would have had, like, you know, fucking backpacks and bed sheets and pencil cases, and like, it probably wouldn't have the same kind or amounts of like tie-in products like as you would for a lot of other comic book movies or what have you. But I guess you still, I mean, obviously you still have like marketing stills for any film. But yeah, like fuck it, I don't know, 3 stars. It's like the most average cover you've ever seen. There's nothing offensive about it. There's nothing exciting about it. It's just medium, standard box for product. But also it doesn't, you know, it doesn't have the Star Wars DVD issue of making me pissed off because Star Wars has fucking Noriyoshi Orai painted posters, and they put fucking Stormtrooper photoshops and like awkwardly cut out floating heads and shit. Whatever. Anyway, we're not reviewing that. We're reviewing Catwoman, and 3 stars. Got one more review here. We'll do this right on. I'm already riled up here, so let's do it. Next, we are going to look at... I mean, it is problematic in the sense that we might be here for a while, but I'll try to keep it short. Catwoman for the Game Boy Color. I'm excited about this because I am not familiar with this game. Kemco is a terrifying proposition. Kemco and Bat adjacent characters and video games and Game Boy Color and beyond, for that matter. Well, in multiple senses of the word. There's some baggage there, but I'm curious about this game because it could be cool. And the cover is like kind of weird, but obviously it's got a lot of sick stuff going for it. I'm curious if, like, it looks like a weird kind of collage-y thing. Like, I'm not sure what's going on with those portraits. Like, obviously it's not properly designed for this box because that, you know, there's portraits of people in the background that are extremely awkwardly cut off. This doesn't really look like it would be like a comic book cover, but it could be. It seems more likely that the art is repurposed from something than it being done for this cover, but I'm not really sure. I must admit that I'm not super well read on Catwoman lore to the point that I can identify the character in the background. She looks cool though. But I do find this exciting because this is basically my favorite look for Catwoman. I don't know who the artist is for this, but I associate this design with what's his name? Jim Valent? Is that how you say his name? He's like a indie comics dude who he's got his own like comic universe that he like self-publishes. But he did work for DC in, I guess, the 80s or 90s. And I don't know if he designed that version of the suit, but that's the one like that he would draw during his run. But the purple suit with the long boots and gloves, I just think it's a way cooler look than the... I mean, there's been like other cool... Like, she's a cool character. But in my mind, when I think of Catwoman, I always think of purple Catwoman over like black leather Catwoman. So that's kind of cool. Like, you know, I think that also is a design that... I mean, Halle Berry ripped pants Catwoman is pretty far down the list. But... So it's cool to see that. And it makes sense from like a video game standpoint. Like, it's easier, I think, to make a distinctive like purple Catwoman sprite on the Game Boy Color than a black leather like character. I'm like super intrigued to look this game up, actually. So this one, it like massively passes the back of the box cover. I want to learn more about the game. I like that the logo, like in general, whenever you have a comic book game or a comic book superhero game where you can tell that there's actual influence and inspiration and like material from the comics rather than other ancillary media, that always gets me excited. Batman is an obvious example, but I think it's true for something like Spider-Man as well, where it's like Batman is somewhat special, I guess, in that like a vast majority of Batman games are adaptations of Batman films and TV shows. The original 86 Batman game and the Caped Crusader, the first two Batman games, predate the Tim Burton film, so they're like based on the comics. But then obviously with the film series, every Batman game was based on the films, and then you had a bunch of stuff based on the animated series and its various like iterations. And you get like Dark Tomorrow, another Kemco joint, being like the only, like, it stands out like a sore thumb for being a Batman game that is not based on other Batman media, but more like the comics, so to speak. And then of course eventually you get like the Arkham games that are kind of their own thing, but they don't feel particularly comic-y either. And with like Spider-Man or other Marvel stuff or whatever, it's not necessarily that all of it's based on films or TV, but they have like a certain aesthetic. Like, you can look at the Neversoft Spider-Man games, and they certainly have more of a comic-y feel, even though it's like almost more of a cartoony feel. Like, it feels more maybe inspired by the TV show than the comics. But, you know, I'll you know, we'll split the difference. That's fine. And then you compare that to the Sony Spider-Man games currently, that, you know, they're focusing on these like AAA visuals, and it, you know, it doesn't have the comic feel to it. So seeing an illustration like this that's like full on proper 100% American comic book vibe is such a, like, it is in itself such an appealing aesthetic that even more than ever now, but still around, you know, 2000 or whatever this would have come out, was still something that would be unusual. Like, it would stand out among other video game box arts. So that element makes it very, very appealing to me, but I don't think it's necessarily the greatest execution
A box?
of that. The awkward layout, the logo being very strangely positioned, like, it's not centered on the box. It's, well, I guess it is centered on the box, but it's not centered in like the artwork area, so you get this weird gap on the right. The people in the background there looking like awkwardly crowded. It's kind of a strange one, but it is like conceptually, or just the idea, like, I like this design for the character. I like the comic book like logo design. The fact that it's comic illustrations, like, all that is very appealing to me, but it's not like it's not super amazingly executed. But thinking of what we've seen so far, I feel like it would be some form of gross like negligence or miscarriage of duties in some form or another to give this the same score as the other Catwoman box. I mean, I think this one is messier and has problems that one does not, but I still like this a lot more. So, you know, we can add that reviewer's tilt bias like adjustment to lean this just barely squeaking over the line for 4 stars. I don't think it's really great, but I do really like this character design. And like there's there's the X factor of like there's something that isn't quite scientifically quantifiable necessarily, but it's just I can't give it the same score as the other one. All right, we'll do one last review. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. And I don't know if this would be quick because, well, you'll see, or if we'll be stuck here ranting. But like, yeah, this is a well-known horrid little box. It's very ugly. It's very unappealing. It's mystifying. It's bad. Carnage Rally, how I'm choosing to pronounce this. I don't know if it's meant to be pronounced some other way, but we've got like a checkered flag. We've got a blurry pimpmobile. We've got a weird PS2 CG looking person with bruises all over their face and like 80s technology retouched blue hair. I'm glad, like, it's always interesting when we do this and we get like this selection of different boxes that we can use to compare and contrast, because while De Plana did not offend my sensibilities, you know, some of you may have been unclear on what I mean by that. So thank you for providing an example of a game that very much offends my artistic sensibilities. I don't know if I can or want to go into any additional depth on that note. And it's not necessarily something that is still like all that particularly quantifiable. But looking at this makes me upset. Like, I can piece together that it's a game about cars, but what's the, like, and this is a rhetorical question. I'm not asking for chat to fill in the blanks here, but like, what's with the weird blurry pimpmobile? Why is this man covered in bruises and strangely colorized? Like, is this a car game where, I mean, I guess if you're in a crash, you'd be, you know, covered in bruises or worse. I'm assuming that this is not a person of any particular significance, given that it's presumably a pretty shit car game that I'm not expecting to have any style or personality or narrative or character. Just, you know, judging from what the cover's telling us. So I don't know what to make of it. Like, I'm trying to imagine what a game could be that would lead someone to want to try to market it like this. What's up, Marsdeath? I mean, and then you have like the ugly Game Boy Advance thing with the ugly bevels and the big thick drop shadow on the art that just makes every GBA box look worse. Like, the logo is fine. It's not cool, it's not interesting, but it's not, I mean, it's like the least problematic thing about the whole box, of course. But yeah, this, like, there's a degree of intrigue to, like, what the fuck even is this? But it's so off-putting that I feel like I wouldn't want to bother looking at the back of the box. It's definitely got some kind of a chilling effect of not, you know, making me not want to engage. Having said that, like, we've definitely looked at boxes that are more ugly and offensive than this. But it's very, very bad. So I'm gonna say, you know, I wouldn't quite go so far as breaking outside the boundaries of the point scale, but I cannot in good conscience give this more than 1 star. It is pretty dire. So there we go. On that note, I don't want anything more to do with this. Let's get the hell out of here. And let's play some James Bond video games. I hope you guys were happy with that. And now let's move on to hopefully bigger and better things. So see here, let's do that. Boot up the old Xbox and get going. Game on my play here as well. Hydrate. Wait for the old Xbox to wake up. Oh yeah, we get the weird fast forward gun barrel. Which, hey, proper full gun barrel sequence, that's good. No James Bond theme playing during it, by the way. We have not heard the Bond theme, I don't think. The music in this game is like kind of neat because they use the score from the respective films, or at least, you know, riff on them. So there's like familiar music themes. But we have not yet heard the Bond theme. But it could still, you know, it could play in the credits or what have you. Welcome, Drumavian. Yeah, so the Q research funding initiative is completed. And that is the method by which we have unlocked the final bonus mission, which we will be playing after this. 100-bit shock. Space Operacopter, thank you very much. With the funding initiative being completed, does not, of course, mean that the door is closed for further contributions. They're always welcome. And I appreciate it very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so as you can see, we got this who's who of villains showing up here in the menu, and they look pretty good. So in this storyline, we play as Daniel Craig, reminiscing all the Bond movies we were not in, and it's a weird mix of stuff that's like highly authentic to each film and stuff that's not, but I've still been impressed with the degree of authenticity to the feel of stuff, even when, like, stuff could have been ended up pretty different. And I say that especially coming off of GoldenEye, where they changed everything, including like no returning actors except sort of technically Judi Dench, I guess. But here we've had, like, I know that there's some characters that do not retain their original actor's likeness. Like there was the guy, the girl's dad from On Her Majesty's Secret Service, who looked totally different, which was like a little confusing. I know that there's at least one or two other characters. But it's pretty cool. So as the game starts, we get shot in the beginning of Skyfall, fall into a river, start having flashbacks about Goldfinger, and then you go on a Goldfinger mission, and then after you finish having the Goldfinger flashback, Bond is like still hallucinating unconsciously in the river while he's drowning, and then he remembers On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and then when we complete that section, he remembers when his wife was murdered, and then we go into a double flashback where from within the flashback to On Her Majesty's Secret Service, when Bond remembers his wife being killed, he then makes the association to that one time Felix Leiter got married and his wife was tortured or killed or whatever happened, and he has to go get revenge, and that is of course the plot of License to Kill. So after finishing reminiscing about that time our wife was murdered in On Her Majesty's Secret Service, he doesn't like go back to Skyfall and start a new flashback. He immediately double flashbacks into License to Kill. So some pretty advanced plot structure there. But that's where we are. So I assume if I do this, we'll get that full plot connection. We'll find out. We'll start the timer.
Good morning, 007.
Nope, we start here. Okay, so let me do this. Let me see if I can mission select License to Kill. We've been playing an agent, I think. You can't even get... Oh, well, interesting. Let's see if we get the full cutscene now. Surely we should. Yeah, there we go. Although, I guess we didn't get the actual story cutscene.
I haven't given you a wedding present yet.
Oh, never mind. This is the end of On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
3 girls, 3 boys. Pleased?
Not bad for a start.
But darling, now we have all the time in the world.
Never seen Daniel Craig this emotional in a Bond video game.
You have given me a wedding present. The best I could have. A future.
It's fucking funny that it's like Blofeld. Also, I guess the game's rated Peggy 16, so we can't actually show that she actually got shot. We just have to infer. Yeah, so this is now he's flashing backwards or forwards into License to Kill.
I'm sorry, Felix. She's gone.
No.
Felix. Felix, I've got to get out of here before the police show up. Tell me, who did this?
Sanchez. Franz Sanchez. The Mexican drug lord. He suspects one of my agents is about to infiltrate his cartel. You've got to warn.
Who? I need a name.
Pam. Bouvier. Here. The data is on a card, hidden in my lighter.
Up ahead. Sanchez's operation is hidden in that heritage center.
It's always exciting when these like side characters show up and they are authentic to the film.
Just focus on the mission. Stick to your cover story and you'll be fine.
Because I could so easily like not be. I am curious if we'll see Talisa Soto's character. I don't remember if she's like in this part of the movie or not. Like the bigger character in the story. Oh, there's his Sony Xperia smartphone.
Confirm. Audio and video.
Good. I'm switching to broadcast only.
Welcome to Mexico, Miss Kennedy. Or shall I call you Agent Kennedy?
Given that I've decided to double-cross the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency, why don't we just settle for Pam?
Then Pam it is.
I believe that's yours.
$2 million.
I'm hoping you'll accept its return as a token of goodwill. A gesture of the friendship I hope to establish.
Indeed, I will. Come. I'll take you on a tour of my facility. Then we'll discuss the friendship you propose.
Good morning, 007. While Agent Bouvier investigates the Sanchez cartel's drug operations, your mission is to determine whether he's involved with terrorists. If so, you are to neutralize Sanchez and his cartel by any means necessary. And remember, Bond, no matter what your personal feelings, this is about terrorism, not revenge.
Pretty satisfying. I was about to start speaking like 4 times, but then M started whispering again. And there's no subtitles in this game, by the way, so I'm afraid we'll just have to make do. This one up, I guess. Is that the melee? Yeah. Multiple, so that one has more attachments. There's this whole like elaborate attachment upgrade system for all the guns. Eliminate terrorist cell. Okay, I don't know. We'll see if we can manage that or not. So the stealth stuff is like far more kind of interesting. Hold. Because bodies don't phase out of existence in half a second in this game like they do in previous games. So guards can actually discover other bodies. And the whole like alert discovery stuff is also a little bit different. Like that's the thing. In a lot of ways this game is like kind of based on GoldenEye. But there's a lot of structural and mechanical like expansions. That was 1 out of 4 terrorist cells, I guess. So I think I like avoided full alert. The sound cues are a little hard to parse. So I don't know if like killing dudes around this area is like optionally clearing out terrorist cells or what's going on, but whatever. But yeah, like there's pretty good. So yeah, I guess the So much for stealth. Oh my god. Being shot at from this way. You see dudes on map, which is helpful if you can avert your attention long enough. Okay, let's out sprint that grenade. Where'd he go? Okay, let's try that again. That didn't go super great. But yeah, the stealth stuff is actually quite tricky because it's hard to get a sense of the scope of the entire area you're in and everything. They're not quite as... Like, the stealth stuff in plenty of previous games we've played have been very...
Your mission is to determine whether he's involved with terrorists. If so, you are to neutralize Sanchez and his cartel by any means necessary.
Yo, very, very like plotted out
And remember, Bond,
in a very simple way to make you like to sort of guide you through it.
it's about terrorism, not revenge.
Oh, got them both. Pretty sick. But yeah, it like there's a lot of stuff that's been kind of expanded upon mechanically and structurally. Like there's a whole upgrade system. There's XP challenges where you can find collectible like biographical informations about the villains and stuff. There's all these like achievement things for killing enemies with all the different weapons. Like a lot of little stuff like that actually does, I think, pretty meaningfully make the game, like, encourages replaying missions and all that kind of stuff. So I think in a lot of ways, like that on top of the whole aspect of actually making the movies feel like you kind of actually feel like you're in these movies compared to GoldenEye, which in the GoldenEye remake, at no point does it ever feel like you're in the movie GoldenEye. So I think in like pretty much every way, this is a superior game to that one. Like a more interesting game, a more enjoyable and entertaining game. So yeah, I could kill that guy, but there might be, I guess there's more guys in there. Wait, what different pens do I have? Do I have trank darts, shock darts, distraction darts? I'm not really sure. I mean, I guess there's like those like progression achievement-y things for taking out dudes with the darts, but I'm not sure if there's a meaningful mechanical distinction between tranking them and just killing them. That's where I'm going. Oh, wait, I'm trying to walk up. Okay, I guess I have to shoot this at something. Okay, I guess I fucked up. What about the shock dart? Oh shit, I was just gonna say, I wonder if I can melee with the pen, but he just instantly draws a gun. Sure, that works for me. I need to pick up a different gun. The sniper rifle isn't gonna help me here, really. What did he drop? He dropped a revolver. Iguana 44. The the joystick sensitivity is like all kinds of messed up. There's like acceleration on the analog aiming, which makes it pretty tricky. Grab. Oh, I did grab the pistol. Okay. I just feel compelled to try to work my way towards achievements. Did that guy just like spawn? What the hell? He's like highly armored. Holy shit. Okay. Not step out there. Fucking dying again. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Weapon I wanted, but okay. Can get the one with the scope at least. I don't have the sniper rifle anymore. I forgot. Shit. Like, the guys are a little bit too tanky, I think. Still no checkpoint, by the way, because I'm still, like, in the same area. I chose to engage these guys instead of proceeding to my mandatory objective, which was probably a bad idea. I'm not exactly clear on who's hitting me. Fuck it. We're out of here. Well, that's not the way. Through that terrorist cell. Or whatever I was going to potentially achieve by going that way. Oh yeah, now I don't have a snipe. Okay. But yeah, I guess there's 4 dudes in like black outfits that we have to take out. And I'm sure at least one of them is over there. But who cares? Oh, I guess this has like a magazine. I didn't realize. Gun to this guy. AK-47. Actually, let's use the revolver. Alright, we'll just take that point blank. Shotgun blast. Gun seems powerful, but I'm not hitting shit. Even with like the auto aim. The fact that it like launches dudes just like shotguns is highly satisfying though. Oh, I guess you can get in. Maybe like backtrack. Oh, whatever. Try to advance. Checkpoints are not like egregiously super generous, honestly. A little bit surprising.
So let me get this straight. You're offering me protection. You're offering to bust my competition.
You've been lucky so far. When we busted your courier with that $2 million, we still couldn't figure out how you're getting the drugs into America. But you are a target, and sooner or later, your luck is going to run out.
All right, so we are in a stealth section now. Like my gun is holstered for whatever reason, but I could tell on the map we saw some green vision cones, which means that there are security cameras. So my silencer is fully purchased. Oh, I guess I can't use a silencer on... I got confused because there's like a P99 on the picture, but I actually have a revolver. I guess might not... This whole system is a little confusing. I did buy a shotgun silencer, so we can use that. So you go to the upgrade shop and you can like purchase these like upgrades. And if you have them, then that means that you are allowed to equip them Oh, so these we can upgrade. We already have all the other, but we can upgrade the... I guess it'll tell us what they actually do. Yeah, so tranq darts are just essentially killing enemies. Shock darts can be used to incapacitate enemies with a short-range, high-voltage shock. So what's the... I guess that means that they're not silently incapacitated. A sound to entice and distract guards. Would you... What... Can you guys imagine standing guard and you just suddenly you hear an enticing sound behind you? Kind of curious what sound we're talking here. I tried using it before, firing it into the wall behind the guards, and they didn't react, so it... Clearly I didn't use it correctly, but... So we have the silenced shotgun here, which is pretty fun. Oh yeah, so, do I want to equip... the auto aim stuff? Yeah, that's right. So we have these, we can equip 3 of these like upgrades. And even these are attached to these like progression achievement type things. Nothing that makes them notice you more slowly. So for this section, yeah, like again, I guess some attachments just aren't available for different types of weapons, which is kind of weird. But let's get stuff, I guess, because that's fun. Launcher, that's pretty expensive. It's so funny that it's called laser pointer. It's not like a laser sight. I mean, technically, I guess it's maybe it doesn't qualify as a sight because you're not like looking through it. Maybe laser pointer is an accurate terminology, but it sounds very funny. It's also, yeah, it makes sense now that I've realized that like not every upgrade is available on every gun. It does make a little more sense to have full auto as an upgrade because there are assault rifles that are only burst fire, but most of them are already full auto, in which case like this wouldn't do anything. It is pretty sick that we can get that as a pistol upgrade. Not for shotguns though, but get that fully purchased. It's such a funny term, but it's because some things allow upgrades, I guess. We can't anything else there. Oh yeah, so if you have a gun that happens to have an attachment when you access these boxes, it'll show here. You won't like lose it or anything. Okay, no attachments I can do there. Here. Laser point. Oh, well, maybe not. I was gonna say this box is darker blue, but I don't think that means it's like inaccessible. So sadly, no full auto revolver. That would have been pretty sick. It's pretty shit though that it doesn't tell you. There's no indication of which attachments are allowed. Like I should be able to scroll through everything I've purchased with a sign that says not compatible with this weapon. The fact that I can't even see them here is really unintuitive and confusing. And that it says that I have these things purchased, but they're not available for this gun. Like, it's just so strange that it's done like that. But I'm starting to like piece together. I'm trying to pick up these grenades. There we go. I guess the shotgun or shock darts might work against cameras, whereas the tranq darts almost certainly would not. This game also, by the way, compared to GoldenEye, also had like pretty elaborate stuff like this, these little cinematic moments and animated cutscenes with different characters and stuff. Pretty cool. Like, production values feel pretty decent in this game.
I've discovered a weapons cache. RPGs, automatic rifles, that appear to have been stolen from the American military in Afghanistan and Iraq.
I'm authorizing you to plant mines and prepare to sabotage the facility, 007.
We just got a new
Don't set off the
objective.
mines until we confirm the terrorist connection. Have you got that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, no, that's our main objective. Plant explosives around the refinery. Oh yeah, we can. I forgot. We can radar ping. Oh, that's the distraction laser. That's right. The arrows are like people starting to notice you. Can I? Yeah. Cool. Pick out cameras and watch. That's an interesting thing too. Like, this is definitely, I think, the Daniel Craig Bond game that has the most like gadget stuff and like classic Bond stuff, which obviously makes sense. We're like reliving these old movies, but it's like whenever they're doing either an adaptation of like Quantum of Solace or something like do I keep? Yeah, okay. So now we have a silenced. I think it's silenced. Can't like look. No. The thing is, like, the thing on the barrel could be a compensator and not a suppressor. But I think it's a suppressor. Yeah, that didn't seem very accurate, though. I guess these dots are places I need to plant explosives. Like, in maintaining authenticity to the Daniel Craig era, the games have avoided having a bunch of car gadgets and stuff. And, well, not just car gadgets, like car gadgets and Q gadgets and just like Bond shit, basically. But here you kind of need some of that stuff to recreate the films, and then on top of that, like, could have been discovered. Yep, okay. Yeah, the whole like stealth stuff is not super easy to understand. Oh, that was another terrorist cell, I guess. Oh my god, the guy didn't die. I died. Yeah, a lot of the stealth stuff are in these like pretty big areas, and it's quite difficult to figure out how to approach it. I still think it's like an upgrade from how
weapons cache. RPGs, automatic
the
rifles,
like
appear to have been stolen from the
stealth
American
mechanics
military
worked in
Afghanistan.
GoldenEye in terms of like people discovering you. It's like when people, there's a much more gradual process to it here. Oh, it's far, I guess.
Until we confirm the terrorist connection. Have you got that?
Yes.
Whereas in that game, if someone becomes aware of your existence, there's like a there's a gun here, which can I pick it up, please? You can see those little arrows of awareness and like suspicion. Like that was not in GoldenEye. It was much more binary, sort of. And if someone started noticing something, if someone was suspicious for like a second, then that automatically triggered like full alert. Whereas here, there is that middle state of suspicion, and even if someone does get fully alerted and you know the arrow turns red, if you can take out that guy before they like alert someone else, you're good. Whereas GoldenEye had the full hive mind of as soon as anyone becomes aware of you, everyone is on full alert, kind of immediately, kind of like unavoidably. So this is a lot better, but it also means like enemies are in a way more aggressive, and they have again, the areas are kind of bigger with people sort of circling you from multiple directions, making it a lot more. The consequences for messing up stealth are much worse in this game. So it is kind of more, not just more challenging, but more punishing. And again, the fact that other guards can discover bodies and like alert. So knowing whether it's sort of safe to take someone out or not is like not easy to know, or certainly not obvious. Can I get up through here somehow? Fucking noises like that. The watch ping stuff is cool, but it's also kind of weird that it doesn't. Nope. He's like right in the middle of the factory floor. I feel like someone might notice him there, but I can't do much about it. I can't move bodies. Although I don't know, like, finding the bodies certainly would make them suspicious, but I don't actually know if it means that they will find me, because that's the thing. Part of what made it so infuriating in GoldenEye was that they don't need to know where you are. Like, they don't need to find you. They just have to get alerted, and they go into like combat mode. And once they enter combat mode, they become aware of where you are. Because there is no concept of like suspicion or searching. They are either completely unaware of your existence, or they are transitioning to alertness, and once they have finished transitioning, every enemy knows exactly where you are. So you can like hide behind a corner and shoot into a wall, and you can be completely hidden, but if someone notices the wall being shot at, it triggers their transition into the alert state. They go, huh, shots fired. The timer of 1 to 2 seconds transpires, and then they go, ah, okay, he's over there, I know exactly where he is. And that drove me insane, because it's just so like unintuitive and unsatisfying. So I do think the stealth stuff, the mechanics of discovery and everything are like vastly better in this game. I'm trying to see if there's like a ladder somewhere, but I think I have to go up these stairs. But I do think it kind of makes this game more difficult, at least in some ways. I guess there is no one up here. My watch is to be trusted. The tutorial also explains that you can kind of use shadows to your advantage. I guess probably means that their like discovery timer is a little slower. But even just having those arrows with the different colors and the little bars filling up is very helpful. I guess the other thing I should mention is when they spot you, the enemy reinforcements are for sure significantly bigger problem in this game. I'm also not the biggest fan of, like, I understand it, but I really liked how in some of the other games, even fucking up, like the consequences, you know, it meant you had to sort of go into combat, but you weren't, it wasn't like a sort of game over failure state. But yeah, that guy standing over there, an easy target, but his dead body is probably going to cause me more problems than him standing there. There's a laptop down there, which I don't know, I guess it's a collectible thing. Sometimes you can, like, in this mode you have like different filters for your smartphone camera. And you can like hack stuff and do whatever. A little unclear, but I think that's just a laptop I can collect to get like collectible information. Maybe, I don't know. Or it could be a distraction. Sometimes you can like shoot things with your watch laser. And it's it creates a distraction. We had to do it. There was like tutorialized section where we did it, but I've never done it anywhere else because it's like I haven't quite understood it, frankly. Okay. I wonder if I can get through that vent on my left to the final. Looking at the map, that seems possible. Yep, sure looks like these connect.
As you can see, we're not just small-time drug dealers anymore. We're a vast international operation. From the public,
I guess there's like a whole separate set of wait, hang on. Yeah, 2 out of 6. There's like 3 bomb spots in this room. If I backtrack to this room, those objective markers disappear and then oh, fuck, okay. I did not realize that. Okay, so we have to get across here somehow. When you get those little suspicion markers starting to show up, it does not give you any indication of altitude.
without that, you are nothing.
So it's a little tricky. See, now the question is, can I stunt my way over there? It seems like I should be able to. Okay, there's dead bodies over here. Fucking hell. I tried to sprint and jump, and he didn't sprint and he didn't jump. And I took fall damage. I'm still in the shadow. No one heard me fall down here, so that's good. Even with like the patrol routes, I'm not sure where it may or may not be safe to shoot someone. Okay, there's another vent here that would presumably let me advance to the next room. Okay, so orange means suspicious, which should mean I should be able to piece the fuck out. That guy probably won't like follow me to this room anyway. I wanted to, there was like a laptop or something that I wanted to investigate, but I suspect that the terrorist cell that I eliminated on the first attempt, or well, I mean the terrorist, I didn't find him this time. A little weird. Checkpoint. Ah, okay, so interesting. It becomes a checkpoint because I actually did everything in the first room, but I could still go to the second room and not get a checkpoint. Peculiar.
Look, you!
Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, LT7. Oh, this is my shotgun, right? I think, forget how this works. If I hold my AK and I pick this weapon up, I drop the AK. All right. So it's not that I think this weapon's better than the AK, but it's a weapon I didn't have previously. MP5, I guess, maybe? Oh yeah, I guess it looked... Well, pick them up. So I want to work towards my achievement of killing dudes with each weapon, if need be. Okay, silenced shotgun, so good. I mean, it's not actually good, because it's gonna have like kind of shit range, but it's funny. So, you know, I can do things like that. Pretty good. Okay, let's... that out? That's weirdly satisfying. Ooh, terrorist? I think it might be. But there's like, yeah, there's so many dudes who are like in such open spots that it's like terrifying to just like let them be, but it's even more scary to shoot them and trust that it's like that it'll be fine. Okay, I should continue on this path because one of my objectives is, yeah, up there. Shadows, or at least not in the extremely bright spots. The guy looking at me, I can't see if he's facing this way or the, I guess those are elbow pads. Yeah, that's his neck. But yeah, look at how many guys are there. It's obviously not realistic or logical in any way, but I'm so like used to the previous games where enemies just disappear, so you just like get rid of them. I think this guy might be, yeah, once he goes all the way over here, I think he's pretty isolated. Let him go as far as he's gonna. Like right in this fucking bright spotlight, but if no one else is walking over there, I guess it should be fine. We have that guy on the all the way over there, but he probably doesn't even see this far. Well, I shouldn't say probably, but it's not impossible. He's suspicious. If we got the terrorist in the last room, we could have actually... Someone got suspicious, but I don't think it was that guy. It's someone else. Yeah, see the guy on the other side of the room. None the wiser. So it's certainly quite video gamey, but intuiting the rules sort of, and like the, you know, the ranges and all that kind of stuff takes some practice and experience. Okay. I guess the terrorist, I think I know who the terrorist was in the other room. But he didn't show up where we killed him the first time because he moved away from his like station to get to me on the first attempt because of the alert. Okay, I don't think I can get up there from this side, so I'll have to drop down somewhere, and I might as well do that here where I've already thinned out the opposition. So I'll take the long way around and not approach the, oh, see, that's a like a distraction device. Yeah, I like EMP. It's just, let me, like, you do that and that somehow, it's a little weird and confusing. Like, I guess in this case, no one is in range of it. So like it didn't do anything. Well, I was gonna say there could be cameras, but I guess they would show on the map. Maybe I took them out. You can go up here. Here even. If there were enemies right above me, they would show... Well, going up here isn't gonna get me to where I need to go, so it's not gonna... The objective is on this floor, though, so... On the counter there. I mean, it might be just a gun, I guess, or a laptop. I do this. I guess not. Like, I would have thought it's like interactable somehow, but I guess not. I suspect I can take out this guy. When I took out the other guy before, the guy who came to investigate, it seemed pretty sort of generous. Like, it wasn't really something that like very quickly triggered alert or anything. So maybe them discovering bodies isn't as like hugely risky as it may have seemed. There's a camera there, so I think I should backtrack and use this ladder over here. Stick to my sawdust pistol. And we'll have an easier time dealing with that camera from a distance. So, oh, hello. Put him to rest. When things go well, these sections are actually quite satisfying. It's got to be a little cautious. Trying to see if that was a terrorist guy, but I'm 90% sure I know. Like, one of the guys who were standing in a similar position in the first room had the black outfit, so that was one of the terrorists. So I missed that, or I'd rather have to go back. But so doing the secondary objectives basically gives you extra XP for upgrades and stuff. But the fact that that even is a system, like, it makes the objective system so much better. Like, the whole idea of getting like points, currency to spend on upgrades as you see fit, like, it's a... Oh yeah, right, so now you saw that little phone thing up here. Yeah, so I think... Nope. It was not... Nope, no, I can hack this. Don't know what this will do, but... Pretty tricky. You use, like, the analog triggers to keep those little things in the right spot. Yeah, so now we got one part of bio information. So that means probably in this area there's like 3 other laptops that I could hack, or manila envelopes I could collect, or some other thing to do, or like a little USB stick or a smartphone or something to find to unlock each piece of the bio profile for Sanchez's operation. So that part is like pretty sick too, and it's not a big change. It's like tiny little tweaks to the formula of collectibles or side things. Like the Quantum of Solace game had these little bio things to collect, but it was just kind of annoying. Like, you just collect all these smartphones strewn out of the levels. But in this game, they're actually quite hidden, and they're connected to this whole like XP system, which instantly makes it like more interesting. Laser barrel. I'm just like toggling through here to see what I can get. Nope, nothing else there. But we can go. So the shop you can access at any time. You just conveniently swap back and forth while you're in this little equipment box. I'm like the. I don't have like scopes for anything. See if we can actually buy something that we would want. Thermal scope. It's actually pretty cheap. Get that in case, like, I don't know if I can use it, but let's see if we can mount the ACOG scope on my pistol. I'll just buy a bunch of shit for all my XP. And then we'll see. All right, thermal scope. Nothing for the underbarrel. No allowed scope attachment. I guess I didn't get one for the shotgun. Ah, the ACOG scope doesn't fit on this gun either. I guess I need one with a rail or something. Subsea 7. Morning. All right, we'll do. I've got a laser pointer. I don't think I got a checkpoint yet, but we should.
Careful from now on. Don't wait for the alarm or you'll blow my cover story.
I think that was Pam whispering for me to not fuck up. I'll try. I don't know how much I can promise, but I'll try. Lab overview. Labs. Critical stealth. What? Objective. Oh, shit. I was freaked out. I failed the secondary objective because I passed the area. Yeah. So I don't know what a critical stealth. I'm assuming that means instant game over if I'm discovered, because there was an area like that before. Ah, fuck it. Well, but yeah, the way it's communicating stuff like that, it's a little weird. It might also mean that I'm not allowed to kill someone. Does it? It doesn't tell me what critical stealth means. But I remember there was one area where they explicitly said, like,
you have seen my operation, and I've outlined
can't kill anyone.
I hope you understand there is no backing out. You're in for life.
I did that when I took the money from the evidence room.
So like when I'm pinging enemies with my watch, as you can see, like it's building towards the like pinging enemies challenge.
And I'll kill your family and your friends. And you'll watch every moment of their agony.
Unsubtitled whispering over the radio while a guy's singing next to me.
I understand.
Good. Then it seems we have an understanding.
Put this in case.
Let me show you the last stages of the process.
Nope, never mind. Okay. So alarm being raised is at least an instant failure. I should have actually, once things were starting to look dire, I probably should have killed someone to confirm whether that's... Actually, let's...
I hope you understand there is no backing out.
Oh, that's fine. License to kill and all that, I suppose.
I did that when I took the money from the evidence room.
That's good to know.
Good. But just so you know, I will not tolerate any form of disloyalty. No matter how
Could have hidden him, Bond. You don't need to chuck him. Well,
kill your family and your friends.
no one would ever see him there, I guess. Jesus.
Moment of their agony. Then once I'm done, I'll go to work on you.
So the reticle's red. Well, it looks like... Yep, okay. That's in range. Good.
Then it seems we have an understanding.
Yeah, that was the one camera.
Let me show you
The
the
vault over here.
process.
Laptop over there. The fuck? I don't know what they... Maybe they finished a conversation and progressed to like the next story or like scripted
So now that you have seen my operation, and I've outlined its scope,
whatever, you know.
you understand
So they like
no backing out.
they started walking or looking away, and they probably saw that guy's body.
But just so you know,
So what about this guy? Where'd he go?
no matter how trivial it may seem,
Because there's like a room on my right.
and I'll kill your family and your friends, and you'll watch
Doesn't seem like, well, they're
agony.
it open.
Then once I'm done, I'll go to work on you.
I understand.
Good. Then it seems we have an understanding. Let me show you the last stages of the process.
So the orange dots on the radar are like scientists, like like I guess they can raise alarms, but they won't kill you. You have to really like crawl right next to dudes. That guy's presumably never gonna move or look around. That guy will. There's this like convenient wall in front of this guy.
Did you hear about Dario?
Who saw me? It's quite challenging. It's like looking at the layout of the room. It's not like it's preposterous that I would be seen, obviously. But in terms of the mechanics of the game,
So now that
it's...
you have seen my operation, and I've outlined its scope, I hope you understand there's no backing out. You're in for life.
I was thinking if I could take out this first guy quickly, he would be out of range of the two guys talking.
So now that you have seen my operation, and I've outlined its scope, I hope you understand there's no backing out. You're in for life.
Probably not. So I'm just like exploring options here. I think it's gonna be...
So now that you have seen my operation, and I've outlined its scope, I hope you understand there's no backing out. You're in for life.
difficult to get.
From the evidence room.
Good. But just so you know,
They noticed. Someone noticed something. Oh, I distracted. Oh, fucking hell. Fuck, he didn't die. Dude, that's so annoying. You shoot someone like 4 times. But that's interesting. So shooting the camera actually distracted them to make them look that way, which means I may well be able to do what I just tried to do, except successfully.
I hope you understand there is no backing out. You're in for life.
So I'll let this guy leave.
I took the money from the evidence room.
Good. But just so you know, I will not tolerate any form of disloyalty, no matter how trivial it may seem. Betray me, and I'll kill your family and your friends. You'll watch every moment of their agony. Then once I'm done, I'll go to work on you.
I understand.
Hopefully. Oh,
I want to show you one more room. Then we'll go upstairs to my office and finalize the terms of our friendship.
Señor Sánchez, un momento. Es importante.
Por supuesto. Will you excuse me for a moment?
Benicio del Toro.
I'll be right back.
Like, this stuff is cool.
James, were you listening? I think we've got enough to hang him.
I still haven't found his terrorist connection.
His office is on the 2nd floor. I'll keep him busy.
Like, this shit actually gives like a proper good Bond like vibe. We got the checkpoint. Sick. That was really satisfying to get through the room that way. And that, it is pretty cool that, like, I think they actually more successfully than some of the previous games give you kind of different methods and routes to get through sections like that. Like, this is a good game. I'm baffled by why this game, like why everyone seemed to agree that this game is shit.
You're surprisingly observant.
And it's interesting to me that it's like so much, that there's so many differences. Like I feel like multiple other games. Alright, just bang the B1 button and we go to the second floor. Perfect. I feel like there's been few games where we've gone from one game to the next and it feels like it's such a clear cut, like iterative improvement. We have played games where the next was better than the last, but if you look at like Agent Under Fire and then Nightfire, you know, there's different development teams. The games function quite differently, but there's bits and pieces of like the Bond move or Bond moment, like mechanic was in Agent Under Fire, but it was pretty underbaked and it was kind of refined with each game. And that's an interesting case of a system or mechanic being iterated on by different developers in each game. So they weren't really like the same thing being slightly tweaked by, you know, that pure iterative process. It was more like taking the concept and applying their own take on how to implement it. But when we've gone from one game to the next from like the same developer, which is the case here, Eurocom made GoldenEye. I can't keep all the games and developers straight in my head. Actually, I could look it up, I suppose. I have the spreadsheet here. Was Nightfire also Eurocom? I think it might have been. Nightfire was... Yeah, Nightfire was Eurocom. But like EA Redwood Shores, I think, made... Yeah, they made Everything or Nothing, and then they made From Russia With Love. And From Russia With Love, it's very similar to Everything or Nothing, and it does iterate in a good way on a few mechanics, like the targeting system, the sort of lock-on shooting mechanics, which are already great in Everything or Nothing, but they're a little like glitchy and a little unpolished, and they sort of smooth things out to make them better in From Russia With Love. But a lot of the other parts of the game, the level design, the structure, the Bond moments mechanic, like all that shit was notably like a step down. So it's cool to see, like, with GoldenEye and GoldenEye Reloaded on the Wii and then the PS3, they were essentially the same game, but they added like tiny little things like the hidden Janus emblems that you can shoot, you know, like in Resident Evil. Like that's a neat little addition. But here in this game, to really tangibly feel like it's the same kind of game engine, the same game structure in a lot of ways, but the whole XP system, the refined stealth mechanics, the weapon attachment systems, just the narrative, like the way you play through these levels and you get these little cutscene moments, that is extremely similar to how things are structured in GoldenEye. The objectives, but everything is just done better in this game. And it's really satisfying to see that like iterative progression and improvement. I mean, not to mention, of course, just the environments and like the feeling of being in each respective Bond film. It's been a while since I saw License to Kill, so I don't remember if these always are like fully authentic. But it feels pretty good. All right, so I wonder if I'm supposed to distract someone. I guess I'm not necessarily in critical stealth area now either.
So, how much cheaper are they?
It depends. Sometimes half price.
That sounds like it could be a good deal.
Just do that. Probably could have done this a different way, but yeah, see, now I'm in range to do some kind of phone. Correct filter, so knowing what you can interact with or hack or whatever. What's up with this weird color filter? Like, these little interactions are weirdly difficult to find. That's why I'd like never bother with it. But apparently there's something I can phone hack. The watch seemed to indicate that there's enemies right in front of me. Maybe they're...
Hey,
There they are.
Around here, aren't you?
So surely I can.
Senor Sanchez knew my uncle a long time ago. So where did you learn to use a knife like that? On my brother's farm. He was too poor to own a gun, so we had to kill everything with a blade.
Am I supposed to hack? I'm guessing it's some sort of distraction thing for these guys. Okay, I see. A little wire there. Can I EMP that fire extinguisher? That was pretty satisfying, even though I got alarmed. Well, I guess they got alarmed, but okay, so here we go. Here's a... Oh, fuck. These are pretty complicated. See what we... So we know that that has to be... I guess you can probably deduce a lot of this. It might not be as difficult as I... Yeah, okay. Oh, I guess that unlocked the door, so that was probably mandatory, actually. That's the thing, like, because the phone mechanics are sometimes used for mandatory progression and sometimes used for optional collectibles or distractions, or like, you never know. They're hard to find. So now we have a biometric scan. Like, if you get those little prompts, right? If you didn't see it, you see on the right side of the screen, that tells me that there's a thing that you can find and interact with the correct vision mode on your smartphone. But even when you know that there is something and you're supposed to look for it, like, they're still so difficult to actually find. Like, it shows up when I'm basically behind this counter, and typically if there's like fingerprints and stuff, yeah, they are these like slightly brighter purple. But as you can see, there's other stuff that's also brighter purple that is unrelated. Thanks for the follow. So, like, very difficult to figure out what you're looking for. So, I mean, kudos, I guess, for making optional secret collectible stuff actually quite challenging, but it's, I think, needlessly kind of confusing. I cannot figure it out. Unless, I guess it's probably in the fucking next room, and it's just like the range of it is such. Well, now it doesn't even appear. It would make sense that it's something that I have to do in here. That's probably what it was. The fact that you get these little adventure... Oh, I can just collect this cigar. Franz Sanchez bio part collected. So in pretty much every mission, we find the villain's office, and we can like sneak around to find hidden compartments and fingerprints, and like we use, yeah, there's like a safe crack usually. The thing is, like, one of these things that I'm investigating is going to trigger the... It's gonna trigger Sanchez to bust into the room, progressing the story, and I don't want that to happen until I've collected everything I can collect. But it's impossible to know what will be an optional collecting thing and what will be story progression. So for now, I want to see... Oops. I want to see what I could hack that wasn't the safe. Is something over here? Like these little wires. A hidden compartment to something? Like, this little adventure puzzle solving stuff is actually sick. I just wish it was more clearly signposted. Like, we were in Goldfinger's office.
I'm uploading proof of Sanchez's terrorist connection.
And
counterfeit passports.
Like, when we opened the safe, Goldfinger busted in and like triggered the next part of the level. And there was a thing like right next to me that I could have gotten, but I didn't know which one would like progress the story, which was really annoying. But aside from that, like these parts are really cool. What's up, Cody? Is it one mission per movie? So in the game's terminology, each film is referred to as a mission. But so far, each of them have had 2 levels. And this one did too. We can see from the menu, there's the refinery, which is the current level. And the second one is like, I guess the tanker truck chase climax. But so in Goldfinger, the 2 levels are like Auric Enterprises, where you infiltrate Goldfinger's office, etc. And the second level is Fort Knox, the assault. In Honor Majesty's Secret Service, the first level is like a ski chase that was like 3 minutes long, and then the assault on the like ski lodge facility / spa resort, and that was like a 45-minute level. So that was like, technically it was still 2 levels, but the balance was a little different. But I'm guessing it's like 2 per movie, which is like I think it's a pretty sweet concept in general. The narrative framing of the whole Skyfall flashback stuff is very silly, but doing this like greatest hits thing of just having like not having to cover an entire film, but just like picking these moments is actually pretty sick. It is very funny though, you know, as far as covering a whole movie, they don't always do it in like that kind of way. Like the License to Kill Amiga game, which I really like, is very funny because it has 5 levels, and I think the first 4 levels are based on the pre-credits opening sequence of the film. So the first 4 levels are like from the first 4 minutes of the movie, and then the climax of the film is level 5. But you know, they could make 4 levels out of that opening scene, so why not? But like this whole part that we're doing now, that's just not in the Amiga game at all.
Visas, bank connections. They drive his drugs across the border.
Good work. On my authorization, you are officially cleared to eliminate Sanchez.
Like these little gadgets and stuff too, like there's so many little refinements to things we've seen in previous games that just make this like quite satisfying. Yeah, so we found all of the bio parts for Sanchez, so now we unlocked a bonus character. So as far as I could tell from just flipping through the multiplayer menus, I'm pretty sure that Sanchez was already playable. So I don't know if we unlocked an alternate Sanchez, or maybe we unlocked Pam Bouvier or Benicio del Toro or something. I don't know. The game's not super clear communicating that kind of stuff. How is the Amiga game? I mean, there's a couple of Amiga games, but the License to Kill game specifically is quite good. I like it a lot. It's an actually well-balanced, satisfying, fun Amiga game to finish. The Spy Who Loved Me is like the coolest Amiga Bond game, but it's fucked. The second level is like mega absurd with what it's asking you to do. It's like a good game that was fucked up with some very strange balancing choices. But they're both good games. They're both very worth checking out. And they were both by the Kremlin. Alright, so now we're getting out. I'm assuming we're gonna have to fight Benicio del Toro. And we're probably not gonna stealth our way out of here, is my suspicion. That the racing game? The Spy Who Loved Me starts with the car level, but both of them they're like multi-genre games where each level is different. Always put the most fucked shit at the start. Yeah, I mean, been known to happen for sure. Like, yeah, you gotta get a pirated copy with a trainer so you can skip the impossible gatekeeping stuff. It's like reverse copy protection. Instead of like gatekeeping people who don't have the manual, they gatekeep people who don't have the trainer. So License to Kill is like, it's all top down, but the first level is like the helicopter chase or whatever. The second level is you walk and shoot the it's like the attack on Felix Leiter's wedding or whatever. Or they're at the wedding and then they get this alert, so they take a helicopter to Cuba or whatever the fuck it is. So it's the helicopter flight level, then it's the on foot shooting level, then it's the like water ski chase, I think. Some shit. Oh no, there's the second like flying level where you have to catch the plane. No, that's right. You ride, I think you're on water skis or something, because you're like catching up with the plane that's on the water, I think. And then the final level is like attaching, or not the final, but the fourth level that's part of the opening sequence is the flying level where you have to like catch the hook and winch onto the drug guy's airplane or whatever, and the level is like 3 seconds long if you do it correctly. And then the fifth level is the tanker truck driving. But Spy Who Loved Me is even more insane because it's got like the top-down driving level. Actually, forget, because I keep thinking level 2 is the one where you have to get the Q upgrades to go underwater and shit. So maybe the first 2 levels are driving, and then there's an underwater shmup level. Then there's like the shooting gallery level where you don't actually play as James Bond because he's a tiny little guy on the top of the screen that you have to protect. Then it's like the computer, not hacking, but like the minigame thing where you have to play a game of Mastermind to like stop the nuclear missile launch. And then you have the shooting gallery level where you have to fight Jaws and not shoot the girl to get the good ending. So Spy Who Loved Me has like more. Oh yeah, there's the, I forgot, there's the jet ski level or the water bike level. Wait, there's like the boat. Fuck, I forget. There's like so much shit going on in those games. Maybe the first level is the boat level, and then you advance to the car level. It's been a hot minute since I played them, but both of them have driving in them, but they're not driving games per se. They're all like multi-genre. I think the only fully vehicle-bound game is 007 Racing for the PS1, which is not a racing game, by the way. It's like a car mission game, which is actually kind of sick, because every level has like completely different types of objectives. But for some reason, they call it 007 Racing. Anyway, let's... I guess she's been caught. Sounds like...
Tell me something I don't know. Like what? Who's that necklace broadcasting to?
Nobody. I was recording you to protect myself.
Alright, okay, I guess stealth is over. Which makes sense, because this is not a stealthy sneak sequence in the movie. So that, what we just did, is like a slight update to the breach mechanic we've seen in some previous games. Firearm. Oh, that's the pistol I just dropped. This is pretty sick. Recontextualizing the room we were just in. Love that shit. Impenetrable boxes. Oh, that's right. I got fucking heat scope. Like, kind of awkward to use, quite frankly. Oh, that guy just spawned in a pile of guys. But that's fine. Grenade. The grenades are shit, by the way, but does this weapon, I guess. Pretty difficult to see sometimes if enemies are dead. Basically, the telltale sign is that they drop their gun, but especially when you're in that like heat vision mode, the sight, it's like really hard to see. All right. Well, on that note, grenade launcher. I don't know how to use the grenade launcher. Well, I can't swap weapons here, but oh, okay, so I got rid of the submachine gun. That's okay, I guess. So the thermal scope. I feel like I kind of don't really want the thermal scope, but if I use it, I'll get achievements for killing people while using a thermal scope. I think I'll hold on to my XP. We have this like extended. I think it takes slightly longer to go into ADS when you have a scope. Plus, you have this like, I don't know. It's like more awkward.
James, help me!
Who the hell are you?
A friend of Felix Leiter.
This shit is sick. Like GoldenEye had some of these like QTE fights, and they weren't very good. This stuff is like way better. Dario, that's right, that's his name. Like this is a little silly the way they're just like, it doesn't really look like they're guarding anything. They're just like very explicitly exposing a spot for you to punch. But they have the right like dramatic flair, these little sequences with a little bit of, yeah, see, you go into cutscene mode. I forgot how to do this. All right, parry. Dodge. Then parry, and then disarm. That's right. So, you know, even if the mechanics of these fights are, you know, not that amazing, the way they cut everything together with little cinematics leading into these fights, and then you have a little bit of gameplay mechanic, like, it's the best version of this kind of cutscene-driven set-piece boss fights in any of the Bond games. Especially when they have shit like this and it actually properly feels like the scene from the movie.
We've got to catch up with Sanchez. Let's get to the helicopter.
Like, that was sick. Oh, no, she's with us. She's got her gun. So now I got like thermal scope elimination challenge plus 20 XP. Could have gotten rid of the silencer for more satisfaction, but still pretty satisfying. Oh, that's right. I got the fucking grenade launcher on the other one too. Let me see if I can figure out how to use the grenade launcher. Oh, that's pretty good too, though. Right. This gun is extremely satisfying. Like pinned down by one dude right in front of her. So, nope, that's not okay. So the grenade, okay. Oh, okay, I press left. There we go, okay. It's a little close, but it works. Okay, good, we learned the mechanic.
James, come on.
This way. I don't remember if the sprinkler stuff is something that happens in the film, but it's a good way to create a little bit of visual interest and make the scene feel a little different from when we made our way in through here. I think it's cool. And it certainly adds, like, what I remember from the movie is like the whole place fucking exploding. So it, in some ways, it gives a similar sense of just chaos. The guys are definitely a bit too tanky. Like, you shoot them in the chest like 4 times, and they just kind of shrug it off and keep going. That's definitely a little annoying. Alright, I trust you'll catch up. Mash? QTE something? No? Well, maybe. Dude, how sick would it be if we got the second phase of Benicio del Toro? I mean, if they're gonna, like, video game embellish, why not? But this is such a cool transition. Everything was wet and watery with all the sprinklers. Now it's red and fire. Shit is cool. And this is a little bit more like I remembered from the movie, I guess. Glad to have her with me. The thermal scope seems a little impractical in a raging inferno, I guess, but oh, maybe not. A lot of dudes. Accuracy's not that great. You do get, like, scored. That's one thing I think is not done very well. Like, it's not explained, at least. But there's some kind of, like, accuracy challenge or something. Like, when you clear a mission, you get some, like, statistics. And to get, like, 100% completion on a level, like, there's a lot of shit you gotta do. Not just complete it and find all the secrets. You also have to do it on the highest difficulty. And you have to, like, clear certain challenges, like for stealth, for eliminations, for accuracy. But the problem is the game doesn't tell you anything about those challenges beyond, like, you failed, basically. But the actual criteria for completing them, like, a complete mystery. Okay, I think I just went inside an enemy closet. I'm standing in fire. Okay, that's fine. Loading room. Objective completed. Doesn't feel like I'm done, but Get to the helicopter. Okay, let's... Well, I guess I can reload this.
He's trying to retreat.
That didn't quite work. I don't like jump and shoot the grenade downwards. All these explosive barrels that I didn't get to shoot before. Oh, that guy's still alive somehow. Okay, they're like extra tanky now. A pretty cool level. All right, where do I go? Not that way, probably. A ladder or anything here?
James, it's locked.
Okay, thank you. I guess we take the truck. Makes sense. I don't know why everything's like black, but I guess it's filled with smoke, or I don't know, but that was neat. Mission complete? Not yet. Like, it's kind of sick because you kind of get the feeling of like, not exactly a whole Bond movie, but like this one level has had like quite the dramatic you know, kind of curve to it. Open helipad roof with like narrative and escalation and everything. So I think the game kind of justifies in a way having long levels. I still certainly prefer shorter levels in general. I think this could have, like, you could have broken it up in a different way.
James, I'm taking fire.
Okay, I wasn't actually supposed to do anything here. Now, of course, it.
James, I'm taking fire.
Oh, I guess I get. The other rifle with the scope would have been quite good right now.
I can't hold out much longer.
But hey, at least a little bit of gameplay variety, I guess. Oh, so there's a fucking...
James, I won't be able to fire a helicopter if it takes any more damage.
Dude, how fucking tanky was that guy?
James, the helicopter is getting damaged.
The feedback isn't like super great here. It's a little unclear.
James, I won't be able to fire a helicopter if it takes any more damage.
Doing the best I can. But if I fuck this up, of course, knowing that there's a sniper rifle here is going to make it easier next time. Oh my god.
James, the helicopter is getting damaged.
Doing the best I can here. Guy's still... I mean, I don't know what she's shooting at.
James, hurry up.
doing about as best I can here. Okay, I think she's probably done now. Right, I guess.
James, I won't be able to fight a helicopter if it takes any more damage.
Okay, I was gonna say, hopefully this triggers a cutscene. Oh, big stunts. She's sick. Okay, good. I was slightly worried that I have to fight my way through the room. All right, so it says mission incomplete, and that's because we didn't do the secondary objective. But unlike certain other games, like the original Wii GoldenEye remake, that game allows you to get to the end of the level without completing mandatory objectives. So you'll get through the whole story of the mission, and then the game's like, nope, that didn't count. You failed. But this game doesn't let you do that. But yeah, as you can see, this took an hour. Levels are getting pretty long. Of course, a lot of that was the stealth and taking it pretty slowly and figuring it out. You can do it a fair bit faster the second time around, but levels are long. But yeah, you can see the level trials completed. And it doesn't tell you what they are, just that you didn't do them. Look at all this intel we didn't manage to find. And the bonus targets shot. I haven't gotten a single bonus target in any level, so I don't even know what they are. The one thing that I definitely think is a problem for the game with this kind of stuff is that, from what I can tell, all of the cinematic cutscene stuff is fully unskippable. And, I mean, that doesn't make out much of 58 minutes, but if you were to retry this multiple times so you want to get through it, not just the Dario boss fight, but these little scenes of the characters interacting and like the little dialogue bits, they're awesome. But if you wanted to replay the game for like score and unlocking stuff, you're not going to be interested in rewatching those cutscenes every time, and the game's going to force you to do it, and it's going to get very tedious very quickly, I think. But for the purposes of playing the game once like this, that's obviously not a problem. But I could see that getting a little annoying. All right, continue. I'll take a short break, but I want to... Actually, I guess I probably should have done that now, but I've already pressed the button, so we'll get like the stage intro.
James, I'll have to drop you here and keep my...
Actually, I guess we can just pause now. I guess that works. And also, I'm playing this and it's like, oh, right, we're Daniel Craig. I forgot. That gets a little weird. All right, I'll go grab a super quick snack. I'll be back in a few minutes. And then we'll tackle the second level of License to Kill. See if that goes a little faster. I reckon this might be a shorter level, but we'll see. We'll see. In any case, I'll see you guys in just a little bit. All right, I have returned. Over here, let me fill my beverage. Always adventure in the world of G. That's correct. An accurate assessment. Also, always adventures in the world of James Bond. And we shall now resume the timer and resume game.
It looks like Sanchez has heavily armed resistance with him. Good luck.
So this could be a lengthy on-foot walking around shooting 500 dudes level, but it could also be driving a car. That's okay. This game has driving in it. In the film, the way this sort of plays, like, it's mostly a vehicular chase scene turned fisticuffs action. So, like, thinking back to the ski chase scene, or the ski chase level rather, from On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which wasn't really faithful to the movie per se, but it was also a kind of gimmick level, or whatever you want to call it. It didn't use like the regular game mechanics. So that was like a 3-minute level. So I was kind of expecting that this, just based on how it plays out in the film, and based on like the final level from the Amiga game, not that it would be based on it, but just like as a frame of reference for the sequence of events depicted, I could imagine this being a shorter level. But that's the thing, like, the game has, for everything that it's doing like pretty well in like maintaining the feel of each film, they're also kind of flip-flopping between doing things quite accurately and doing things in a very embellished, expanded sort of way. So we'll find out, I guess. RT to accelerate, LT to brake, A to handbrake turn.
James, they have RPGs. Be careful.
So this is kind of cool. Got a little radar. I've got to juke the RPGs. It's pretty sick, actually, when they explode next to you. Sort of like the car like wobbles, and gets like pushed back. I wanted to see if I could. I was curious to see if I was like meant to, because a lot of these guys are like standing by the car. I was wondering if you could like bump into the car to knock out the dude, but that does not seem to be the game's asking us for. This is interesting because it's like dealing with RPG enemies in a way that's like actually not just completely obnoxious. See, there's like actually time to react and dodge, which isn't really usually the case. I'm kind of stunned, honestly, because I figured like full-on vehicular driving gameplay would be like too elaborate of a thing for them to bother with in this kind of game, especially when the games seem to have such a reputation for being like this, you know, rushed piece of shit game. Like, you wouldn't expect set pieces like this in it with like completely unique controls and mechanics. At least I didn't. Tanker truck. I do see it. Keep going. Well, I wasn't gonna not. Oh! Was expecting that transition. Campaign level challenge completed. Okay, yeah, this also seems to indicate we're in a short level. I'm like stuck in place here, by the way. Yeah, that was like essentially like an interactive QTE kind of bit almost. This is sick. Oh shit. Yeah, this whole thing is like, it's pretty faithful to the movie. More so than I expected, honestly. And also exactly what I was hoping it would be. Like, we had this extended stealth level.
I'm going to find your friend Pam. Fight, you pig!
And then, like, the second level is basically just this.
Come on!
Wrong. Okay. Barry, A. The voice clips are so funny, or not the voice, but just like the echo effect.
All this, you did all this for an American?
No. All this for my friend.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. There we go. 5 minutes. Objectives completed. 1 out of 1. License to kill. This game is pretty sick. Like, it's so like the effort put into this like 5-minute level. Like, the game has driving mechanics that are used for like 2 minutes. Like, it's so like crazy the kind of production value you get from like this extremely elaborate mission that's 5 minutes long with like completely, well, not completely unique mechanics. Like, the close combat stuff is the same mechanics that we've seen before, but that was like 5 seconds. Metacritic is what it sounds like. It is a meta overview, or like an aggregation of critic reviews. Their exact methods and numbers and science and math is like a, you know, it's like a proprietary secrets, but the Metacritic number for any piece of media is an aggregation, an average, so to speak. Not literally an average, but an aggregate of critical reviews. So it's not like IMDb ratings. It's a snapshot or representation of like the average critical reception of a film or a game or what have you. These 2 stages alone look way better than GoldenEye remake Blandania. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a better game in every way. It's like it's building, you can tell that it's building on that game. Like, it's the same controls, the same mechanics, like it functions the same. There's just like the level design is more interesting, the environments are more interesting to look at, the narrative like through line is much more sort of smoothly and more interestingly integrated into the levels, and then it has like far more exciting action set pieces, as well as like actually making you feel like we're gonna have another jarring moment of like, oh shit, that's right, it's Daniel Craig, I forgot. But it's like, because you feel that way because you're like, you feel like you're in that movie. In the GoldenEye game, that's like never the case, because you don't even recognize it. You have to remind yourself. It's like the opposite. You remind yourself like, oh, that's right, this is supposed to be GoldenEye, I forgot. So yeah, this is way better than that game. So how do we now transition into Pierce Brosnan?
I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget or survive. You see,
Okay, we're just drowning and we're just remembering.
but my dreams can't kill you.
Fucking the Gustav Graves.
I'm lucky in life.
I'm lucky in love. His name is Sam.
I'll see you in hell, man.
Like, this shit is just so goofy. And the way like each film segment is like not, it doesn't, there's no introduction beyond what you just saw. Like, that's how they introduced them.
Tanner to Bond. Your contact, NSA agent Giacinta Johnson, checked into the Ice Hotel 45 minutes ago. She's waiting to brief you on the mission in the Ice Bar. You'll need to find her.
Additional objectives active. But this is like, this looks like the movie. I'm still a little baffled that they chose Die Another Day, but you know, we got a distinct location. Man, Daniel Craig's fucking sprinting through here. Yeah, and I'm surprised too, Macaw, about the variety in this game. Like in terms of... Oh, no, okay, we just flew into Daniel Craig's head. Because all of the footage I had seen, which is like very little, but the tiny amounts of like screenshots and video clips I'd seen of this game were basically all from these like boss fights. So I was under the impression that this was like a fucking Ozroth's Wrath game that's like, it's all QTEs, and it's all like weird first person, not shooting, but like first person action stuff where it's like on rails, or like I imagined some weird thing. And it's like, I think that was also colored by knowing that it was received very poorly. Because I think a game like that, I could understand why it would have had 45 on Metacritic. Even if I would have thought that was sick too. Like that would be like, it's very understandable how something like that could be awkwardly received. So I was kind of surprised to learn that like, no, actually this is just another Bond first person shooter. It just has that stuff in it also, but it does make up a much smaller part than the like regular first person shooter level gameplay. But even so, like, I guess even having those bits is like enough to make a lot of people really mad at this game. I don't know. It's confusing. But having said that, like I'm also been impressed at like on Her Majesty's Secret Service, there was like a skiing level with unique mechanics. Or I guess you're not you're like on a whatever. I forget if you're on skis or on a snowmobile or something, but it's a like on rails level set. Like it was kind of similar to the one we just did. But those two were still mechanically very like they didn't like reuse stuff from between those two levels. Like they play totally differently. And at this point I have to imagine that Moonraker might have some like 0G space shit in it, maybe. Like I was not expecting that degree of, especially coming off GoldenEye, which has such terrible, like GoldenEye did not have any amount of interesting variation between levels, really. So for this to like genuinely feel different from level to level and having those like bespoke set piece levels, like I'm impressed. Like that feels like a genuine step up from what that game was compared to what you would want from a Bond game. Yeah, like the boxing first person punching stuff, like it's silly, it's a little goofy, but it's not annoying, which to me is like, yeah, if you look at the Sean Bean boss fight in GoldenEye, which is, you know, it's just it's a Dragon's Lair sequence, like that would have been, I think this is better because it's less annoying and it's less like annoying to fuck up and fail it. So yeah, like I agree. Like I still, the more I play this game, the more baffled I am at this game's critical reception. But also, like, I can only conclude that there's gotta be, like, the whole Skyfall situation is extremely unfortunate. That like essentially the last part of the game is like no longer accessible. Not only is it no longer accessible, it was only accessible for a very brief window of time. Like that's fucked up. But even so, like, because it's just like snapshots from the films, like it's not a matter of you don't get the proper ending, because like these stories aren't connected anyway. So it's just like, well, you get 5 missions instead of 6, and that's, you know, unfortunate. But like, yeah, I'm like half tempted to find reviews just to find out what it was they're complaining about, because sure, I can see, you know, as a consumer information type review saying, well, you could buy 007 Legends, or you could buy, you know, the latest Call of Duty, or I don't even know what other options you would have had on the table for like big action games. I don't know, Uncharted 3 or something. Like, yeah, I can see why this wouldn't come out on top in those kinds of comparisons, but it's a pretty fucking vast gulf between that kind of assessment and like 45 out of 100, which, you know, in common review score parlance means like never ever pay attention to this unless it's to make fun of it, basically, right? And I'm at a loss for words, like, for why that would be like how this game was received. Could it have been just bad luck in release calendar, like coming out versus a heavy hitter? That wouldn't explain that at all. It would explain why something sold poorly, but you're not, like, who's going to play a 7 out of 10 game and then, well, here's a better game. Wait, I need to give this 3 out of 10 now because there's a better game. Like, I don't think that's a thing. I don't think people would have also, like, specifically said, oh, this is a good game, but Daniel Craig shouldn't be here, so let me dock about 30% off of my review score. I don't think you can pin it on any one thing. Like, I think in a lot of ways I'm absolutely bound to come to this with a more open mind and a more positive attitude than people would have at the time. And I think that's partially because there is a degree of like fatigue. I mean, no matter what angle you're taking, this type of game is not, like, these types of games aren't released today, really. You know, there are first person shooters, but like, even that is like, the FPS landscape doesn't look anything like it did 10, 15, 20 years ago. And like, there's a degree of novelty to this kind of game. Like, even a game like GoldenEye, which was bland, is a style of game that is sort of more novel today, or more, you know, unusual. And so there's that, because I think what probably contributed more than any one thing is like a general kind of fatigue with, like, the market was flooded with more games that were kind of like this, very broadly speaking, where there would be less patience for ones that aren't in that, like, upper echelon. I think people weren't super enthused with Activision's handling of the James Bond property in terms of their games. I think James Bond as a property in general was maybe not, like, you know, Skyfall was a good movie that was popular and everything, but like, Quantum of Solace had, I think, like, people like Casino Royale. Quantum of Solace sucked, and then there was like a 4-year gap before Skyfall eventually came out, and then Spectre was like kind of a piece of shit, or in terms of how it was received anyway. So like, I think the property and the value of like Bond games was not at a high point. People weren't like clamoring for Bond games because they kept getting them and they kept being like kind of and, you know, there wasn't, I can see all of those things contributing. And I think the whole, like, Daniel Craig factor for a game like this isn't something that people would say it's a good game, but this thing ruins it. But I think if you were already coming into it with a less excited, positive attitude, it will be one of 12 things you can point at and go, this is a bit weird, I don't really like this. Like, it's not gonna, if you're already skeptical, that's gonna add kind of fuel to the fire more than anything. So like, I think it's just like people were poised to not look at it charitably. Like, that's my best sort of guess. But I think it's still, it's interesting, I suppose. I'm not like upset or like take issue with it, but it's like, this is why I find like review scores and especially aggregate scores is like a reflection of the zeitgeist interesting to look at, because I think the scores are inevitably a reflection of how people feel. And it's not a reflection of, like, there's no such thing as an objective review to begin with, right? And people are going to be impacted by all kinds of things in their life and their circumstances. So I think there's a lot of cases with games that are reviewed very poorly where people just aren't receptive to what the game is doing for any number of reasons. And if you feel that way, Like, I think there's probably, you know, like the GoldenEye remake or certain other games we've played, where it's like, well, this was whatever. I have like nothing to say about this game. It was adequate, and there's like nothing more interesting about it. Like, I can easily see how games like that gets like a 7 out of 10, but then you get one too many of those, and people just go like, fucking hell, man. 3 out of 10, I guess. Like, especially if there is some additional element to kind of, you know, some tangible detail that you can point to and say this is bad. Whether it is or not is whatever, but like, something that is like generically, non-specifically not that interesting is rarely going to get that kind of reaction, I think, like, you know. And whereas here you have these little unskippable cutscene bits. Like, we talked briefly about Resident Evil 6 when this came out, which or when we played this previously, and those are contemporary games. This came out around the same time as Resident Evil 6 in 2012, and that game was also like really panned. And I think it was a similar thing where it's like a little bit of an overindulgence in certain things, certain mechanics, certain structural elements, an over-reliance on like weird online stuff. And I think RE6 is for sure like a much too long game. It's very bloated. It's got a lot of issues, but it's got a lot of good stuff in it too. And I think that game is it's weird to me that like just how poorly received that game was, where everyone is like, it's the worst RE game, it's the worst game ever. It's like a badge of shame for Capcom to have released such a bad game. And it's like, that's to me kind of crazy. Like, there are certainly things I would critique quite harshly of that game, but like, it looks great, it feels great to control. Like the Mercs mode in RE6 is awesome, like, because the shooting mechanics feel good and are fun. Like, I like the stamina and inventory systems. Like, the story's stupid, but that's true for most RE games. Like, but they see like squeezing through a tight spot, and you have these scripted little cutscene bits, and you have to mash a button to open a door, you have these QTE things, and people are just so sick of it that they go like, oh, this is a bad game. And I think this game was probably hit with similar, like, similar reactions, in the sense that like, you're just very sensitive to certain things when you feel like it's been a diminishing returns of similar things. So I think there's a litany of things that we can point at and say that probably contributed, but I still find it fascinating that it resulted in such like, I feel like I would have had a similar but not as visceral reaction to this whole thing if the Metacritic score was like 62. That would be more in line with what I would have expected, but I would still think that's like too harsh. But the fact that it's so low is it's fascinating. GameSpot review says it's a huge disappointment after GoldenEye Reloaded. It says literally everything is shit except the multiplayer. I mean, I don't know what to say. I disagree. I think this is a lot more interesting. That game was like fine and adequate, but this is actually good. Like, I'm just now being like, what did they like about that game? Oh yeah, so like, that's an even more baffling perspective of actually being disappointed in this game because you actually liked the previous ones. All right, so I've got some arms dealers. I wonder if those are the red dots on the map here. Oh, I guess those are the Mr. Worldwides over here. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm trying to learn the controls. I was trying to take a picture, but that was a zoom button, I guess. So I have an optional arms dealer photography mission here. But I have no idea what I can do to potentially identify them. The game does, for better or for worse, still have this thing about the mission objectives being quite challenging to parse. What can I hold extra grab? Part keys. Jinx biopart collected. Okay. So, speaking of Catwoman, we can collect Halle Berry biographical information in this level. So whenever you can find these things, it's usually like in the same sort of checkpoint area before you move on. You will be able to collect all necessary pieces for that character or organization or what have you. I mean, RE6 is a ginormously huge game, and I think that is one of the problems with it. Like 4 campaigns, and it really doesn't need to be. Okay, so I got the little. Is that an arms dealer? I don't know what arms dealers look like, but I got a little camera phone prompt. So the actual like person I could take a picture of is going to be. Well, that's the villain. There's going to be like a context-sensitive thing, but you can see that it appears here on the right to tell me that there's like someone I can photograph, but it's pretty like unspecific and unhelpful. So I don't want to approach that person until I've found. There we go.
Bond, we've got your images. Good work.
So let's do some more exploring first. Yeah, like RE6 sold super duper well, but that's probably, you know, a lot to do with the momentum. Like RE5 was the best-selling RE game ever, and then RE6 was the best-selling RE game ever, but it was not received well. So it's fair to assume that had they tried to do a similar thing again, people would not have, you know, people would not have shown up for it, probably. So it was a good time to shift gears and mix things up for sure.
See if you can identify any other persons of interest at the party.
But it's just weird sort of how, like, you know, RE6 was, for all intents and purposes, more of all the stuff that people had responded to well previously. And just a bigger, more expensive version of it with more stuff. But, you know, people just sort of turned on it. And, I mean, this isn't quite that, but it's... I think there are parallels to be drawn. I've not played any of the post-6 RE games, partially because I don't want them to be actual horror games. I mean, I think it's a good direction, but it's not something I would enjoy. I mean, I'd probably enjoy it fine, but it's not like what I was looking for personally. But needless to say, you know, you're gonna have some real trouble if you're gonna try to argue that that was like a bad idea. I guess probably we'll be able to explore, like, talking to that woman is probably not gonna like end this whole sequence, because probably we should still find the third arms dealer here. But well, I have played RE2 remake and RE4 remake, and I really like both of those. I didn't finish either of them because I don't finish games very well or often. But I like them both a lot. I feel like I've wandered... Well, I guess we might be led upstairs and maybe there's someone to photograph there. Hard to know what's gonna like trigger progression or what's gonna lock you out of things you were doing previously. Well, whatever. Let's progress.
Bond? James Bond?
You must be Jacintia Johnson.
My friends call me Jinx.
Unlucky in life?
Unlucky in love.
Alright, so that's Halle Berry, apparently.
What have you learned about Graves and the Icarus?
We have to sneak into Graves' office before the demonstration. I'll bring you up to speed on the way.
I feel like it's a little weird that, like, he's not black. Like, okay, I get they don't have the likeness rights, but like
James,
the length.
I think that's Graves over there.
Okay, that's my. Yeah, okay, that's my actually object. Yeah, and like I understand not having the likeness rights, but the lengths they're going to make sure that they don't infringe on the rights by making them like not just unrecognizable, but like distractingly, completely different looking is a little weird. Yeah, they must have spent their likeness budget on Benicio del Toro. It was like as big of a star as they could afford for like secondary characters. So we'll see if.
The government is concerned about the technology behind Graves' Icarus project.
And if you haven't seen the movie, this is like there's no context for anything, and of course there's no subtitles, so you can barely follow what anyone's talking about.
Graves is using and learn more about the technology. We should start our search in Graves' suite. We can get to it from the VIP mezzanine, but first we've got to get up there without getting spotted.
What's her accent? Like she's got a peculiar dialect. I'm pretty sure is not
James,
anything to do with Halle Berry or her like performance in the film. I think this is just the biometric thing for. This is like a recurring mechanic. Usually you don't scan. Well, you can see like you can deduce the combination. Like 8315, but I can also scan it, I guess. Oh, I guess I want to confirm. Okay. You have like full analog control of Daniel Craig's hand here, by the way. It's not like tapping the D-pad. It's quite funny. It just shows you like where you're gonna press. But you have like full smooth motion of the hand. Yeah, 2012 game with no subtitles is like
James, we need to be careful.
Kind of wild. Okay, so we're collecting bio parts for kinds of stuff. But yeah, I always love in Bond games when we have these little adventure sections.
There must be something in here.
Like I'm trying to parse what this is supposed to look like. Oh, it's a fencing mask. I was about to jokingly say that it looks like a fucking samurai helmet or something, but I guess it's its fencing mask. Oh, so that's like the objective. Let's find some collectibles first. Deep fingerprints, but I'm not allowed to scan them? Well, maybe I have to... Those are not very visible, but... I was gonna say, maybe I can scan the fingerprints on the table after I've done the thing on the bed. Oh, secret panel? That did something. Oh, that probably opened the safe, I guess. I trust that none of this is gonna...
This must be Graves' suite.
This is not going to trigger accidental progress. There is an actual objective marker visible in the room. But yeah, I would never choose to play something without subtitles for a multitude of reasons, but especially if I'm streaming, because obviously it's going to be very helpful for viewers and for me to not, like, being able to split my attention just a little bit more is always going to be helpful. But yeah, a lot of the time you just fucking can't hear shit anyway.
This shouldn't take long to install. That's it. I think we're done.
Just like barely plugged it in.
Yes, sir.
Of course, the classic. Barging in.
Remote uplink with Icarus
Diamond
has been
face.
established.
Good stuff. The uplink is complete. Okay. Come on, let's get to the demonstration.
I guess we probably will have
diamonds.
His name is Zhao, North Korean spy. He murdered 2 of our agents last year. I'm going after him.
No, not yet. First we go to the demonstration, see how he's tied in with Graves. Then you go after him.
They're probably going to be driving. Is that the mission? Probably not, right? Cutscene transition. Like, I would be so happy for this game to have multiple shorter missions, but we'll see.
Imagine.
And again, this is all the kind of stuff that would be unskippable
like a
on multiple
diamond in the
playthroughs, getting kind of
sky.
annoying.
Let there be light. I give you Icarus.
So in the movie, I guess he's like called to this like press event thing in the fucking North Pole to showcase some kind of diamond laser
What do you think?
Look, over there.
environmental protection program that's secretly a super evil plot to do something or other.
So, what do you think? Was your money well spent?
Impressive. But are you sure it will work in the field?
The demonstration was barely at half power. Now, why don't you return to the party while I go to my office and prepare for our next phase of operations?
Bond, we've identified those men with Graves. They're all North Korean military. Your orders are to seize that controller. That technology must not fall into their hands.
You go after Zhao. I'll follow Graves.
Try to stay out of trouble.
You too.
But I was going to say, like, the reason I would have expected... yes, that's confusing. Entering the biodome is not what we failed. We failed finding all the arms dealers. So anytime it says objective failed, it means that there was an optional objective and we weren't able to complete it. But yeah, I was going to say, it's unclear to me why they chose Die Another Day of all films to adapt for this game. But the one thing I could think of is like, well, it's got like the whole ice racing thing. Well, not racing, but driving. Like the big elaborate car driving stuff. That's pretty distinct. And if you think of like the Pierce Brosnan era action set pieces that you would want to translate to a video game, that's a perfectly valid one. But I was thinking like, but are they going to put driving in this game? Like, again, expecting it to be pretty simple. Like, maybe not. But now, then there was the driving, the 2 minutes driving section in License to Kill. So maybe. I don't really remember a lot of details of this movie. It's a pretty forgettable movie. Like, I remember this part, sort of. But I wonder if it'll be the same kind of thing where this level is going to be the brunt of it, and then there's going to be a driving level that's shorter, that's like the second one, or I don't know, we'll see. Goldfinger was the only one so far, I think, that had like 2 about equally sized normal levels. Where Honor Majesty's Secret Service and License to Kill both had one much longer level and one like 3-minute gimmick level. We'll see. We've spent a good amount of time in this level, but if you were doing this quickly, it would take 2 minutes to get here. And that would be 2 minutes, including 90 seconds of cutscene. So we still probably haven't really started this level. Enter the biodome. That's a distraction thing. I was gonna say that you get like unique snow environments, but that's actually not true because on Her Majesty's Secret Service was all snow environments. So I guess at this point, like half the game is snow environments. Create some kind of distraction. They probably saw that guy.
I'm going to check this out.
I'm positive. I know it came from here.
Haven't discovered me yet, but they're suspicious.
So, did you get that email?
Stand by. I can't find anything suspicious here.
Yeah, that's pretty satisfying. This gun. Oh, appreciate that. I feel like I didn't do that like quite properly, but didn't get discovered. Can I watch laser this from over here? Like it? Eye over there. The whole fireworks backdrop is like kind of an interesting. Watching the fireworks. It's kind of a fun element to give this environment a little unique flavor. So I guess they're all. I haven't been able to pick up any other weapons so far. Well, I can have the laser pointer here. Sure, why not? I was gonna say upgrade shop. We're gonna have a bunch of XP from clearing the previous level. I still don't understand the distraction dart. And I guess. Is there a pistol thing that we might... Red dot sight. I mean, if we can't attach the scope, then we probably couldn't attach the red dot sight either. It's basically a better version than this. But I guess, I don't know offhand if they have different compatibilities. Full auto, sadly, not... not available on this gun either. I don't even know what what guns this might... Maybe this only works on like the Beretta M93 that has burst fire or something like that. Maybe there's a Glock burst fire that can have a fully auto mod. So the ACOG scope is not available on this current pistol. I mean, there's probably like achievement for buying all these things, so we're I guess probably working towards something. But let's see if... Oh, well, this one did work on this gun. Oh man, look at how this fully tricked out stealth pistol. Pretty good. Guess we're gonna climb up here. I guess I was wrong. Okay, we're gonna climb up here. I'd seen the ladder, but those boxes were so conspicuous. Guess we're just gonna crawl into this furnace. Oh yeah, I guess we're in tuxedo mode now. The first tuxedo level. Yeah, this is the biodome.
Very cool. But what happens now that the secret is out?
Tropical
Is it still
garden.
I don't know for sure.
Now she was like super loud. Alright, I reckon this is not going to be a area where we kill off a bunch of guards because they're not going to be particularly isolated. I guess I'm swimming. I can't bring up my watch. I can't. Can I like... Okay. Not sure how to hide from this guy, but he's apparently not noticing me, so... Now I'm getting a phone prompt, but I can't fucking bring out my phone. My fucking telephone. I have to climb the bank, okay. What is it that I'm hacking? Can't see shit. I guess this maybe is telling me, it's like showing me kind of where the cameras are. He was no longer suspicious. The doors to this room open, but that's fine. Guess he's not gonna go inside here?
Keep looking.
Yep. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. This isn't where we're going, granted, but worked to evade detection and capture. Take the scenic route. I gotta say that this has definitely been the game with the most interesting stealth out of every game we've played that's had any kind of stealth aspect to it. Where did he go? Oh, I see he's on my right. Probably means we could probably take him out, but let's just... So as long as that thing doesn't turn orange, you're good. I feel like I'm right in this camera's field of view, but not close enough, I guess. Checkpoint would be nice, but not even an objective marker currently, so let's see. Going until the game gives us something. There we go.
Found Graves. He's in the biodome.
He's in the biodome. Pretty cool, though. Whoa, hello. I mean, that works. suspicion, but not full discovery.
I've got you covered.
Dude, I'm looking at like 3 different sites on my screen when I'm like... I got like the red dot sight and the laser pointer and the reticle. I got really confused about where I was supposed to look when I was hip firing. But it's not even forced stealth, so fuck it. Let's see if we can do this. I should be able to carry one more weapon. These fucking Mr. Worldwides. That's fine. James Bond, we can deal with it. Just about to say, it would be convenient to be able to snipe from here, and wouldn't you know? Not exactly sure where I'm being shot from. These guys are like running around in order to like give me some kind of opportunity to shoot them. A new type of enemy. I feel like this is like kind of a waste of time. Yeah, so there's like strict stealth sections and like lenient stealth sections, I guess. Some of them are like forced stealth with instant fail states. Right. Curious to see if I could explode the camera, but they're invincible, I guess. Once the alarm's been triggered. Oh. As the weapon I already had, but without the sight. Okay, so I think stealth has been recovered, I think. Well, recovered isn't the right word, but these guys seem unaware, I guess. It's still got action music, but yeah. Now the door's closed, and we're good. I just noticed that these guys up there, they did not look too concerned, so I figured... We're back to stealth here. Trying to find the hackable thing is like the most fucking impossible challenge in this game. Cameras, we're going this way. There's this guy. Like, I'm guessing maybe I can distract him somehow with some computer hacking phone.
Graves has got the section on a full lockdown. It seems like there's a patrol around every corner.
Well, I guess I can crank his leg. See, I'm already past the phone thing. I truly don't get it. Camera's somewhere according to the map, but it's in the next room, I guess. Ooh, that looks like a file. Made me swap to the gun for some reason. Oh, wrong vision mode. But yeah. I was gonna say, surely I'm not hacking the actual physical door. So this was obviously not the guy who was, like, kind of seeing me. It was this guy. Did it, like, slip through the railing? Okay, we're back to stealth, it looks like. Jinx biopart collected. Can I? There you go. Very awkward to try to melee those things. There we go. Now I can hack it from, like, across the room. Having, like, being able to discover thing you're meant to hack. Quite awkward. Did we unlock the door? Multiple hacking things in here, apparently. But there was also... like, there was a... yeah, see? Oh, did this open up? Photographing this? I really feel like it's strange that it's, like, so awkward, because it doesn't feel like you would necessarily need or want, like, super duper hand holding for every little discoverable thing. But it's weird to me that there's, like, you're given a hint, and I feel like I'm looking very carefully through the entire room, and I still can't find what it is that the game's trying to tell me that I can do. It's like a very unsatisfying feeling. Awesome. Okay, so this one has to be go this way. This has to be blue this way. Assume this is correct. Oh. Well, this cannot be correct. Would have to go this way, but we can do this. This one we know is correct. This one. This. There we go. That's actually, as far as hacking minigame puzzles go, that's actually a pretty fun one. Wait, so this was... wait, hang on. What did this actually lead to then? It was something else. Because that thing, the fuse box, was what I actually had to do. I'm like continually impressed albeit sometimes with a dash of confusion over how well the game manages to hide stuff. Lab area caution. Like, do we go here next? Or is this like secret hunting area? Well, we're not getting in here and it's pretty small, so we'll see. Another phone. So this was the other wire that we saw. Yeah, no clue what that's meant to connect to. Nothing here we can add. Add this. Nothing here. No, fuck. I thought I picked no. I picked yes. Well, fine. We'll go thermal scope then. So that was because I'd collected a gun in the field that had an attachment. But it's an attachment I don't have in my inventory in my like research upgrade shop. So I accidentally unequipped the one I had, and I accidentally selected yes, I want to do it. So we'll just go with the thermal scope, which I think is worse, but oh well. Soundtrack keeps reminding you of Diablo 2 or Baldur's Gate. I think the License to Kill and Die Another Day sections have had pretty generic music, but for the Goldfinger and On Her Majesty's Secret Service levels, like the music was very, like it clearly used cues from like the film score, and I would assume that that's the case here too, but maybe these films just have a bit more of a generic score. Phone thing is still visible, so it could be something that's like close to us or just immediately above us. Like why this thing is, the phone prompt is still visible. Okay, on the map there was a dude that was like shown to be above us, and then he, I guess, disappeared. It's a little weird. Maybe it's showing us that there's like one of these wires that we can see. Apparently there's a I can't like do anything with it. I can disable it. I mean, it's not turned on, but don't mind me. Wait, we are? I thought... Oh, lab area. No, okay, we're going. I thought we were supposed to stop at this floor, but I wanted to see what's up here. But no, this is where we're going. Oh yeah, I should look at my training modules, because I bought the aim down sights speed improvement. Unequip fast recovery, but keep extra health. So, wait, the phone? Maybe the phone was related to the camera? The phone icon? Because it's gone now. Puzzling. Highly puzzling. The quick reload is very satisfying. It didn't go far enough to investigate the body here, I guess. Phone pings. Oh, Watch pings, rather. Oh well. Worth a shot. I'm stuck. Trying to get a second to reload. Are there other guys over here? Guess not. Oh. Masterton M557. I want to keep weapons that I may not have used as much previously, in case I'm working towards XP challenges. Oh, I haven't used the compensator at all. Rapid fire. There's no attachment called rapid fire, but there is one called full auto, which I guess I don't have. Because I've not used it for anything. Okay, so I have 0 kills with Masterton, so I guess I should get that weapon. Still look good. Yeah, I guess we haven't had the Moonraker laser yet, but... No, I think this is the... They're using the same weapon names as previous games, so I'm pretty sure this is the Beretta M93. The Takara, I'm pretty sure maybe I used it and then I died or something. Weird that I would have 0. Oh, right, this is the... Because I thought he had a shotgun, I heard the sound, but then it looked like it was like an M4 or something. No, but this is like the semi-auto shotgun. Good for stealth, I reckon. It's pretty hilarious to have a suppressor on this one, but... Alright, back to investigation. Bonus character unlocked. Completed Gustav Graves' bio. Hack this laptop. Oh, right. His incessant, like, PA chattering. Oh, it's a little obnoxious. Man, look at these cyber computers. Alright, we're scanning next to these greasy palm prints. Okay.
Is this what you're looking for?
Maybe you should tell me.
Cyber suit.
For too long, the Western world has interfered with the Korean peninsula. With the Icarus, I'm going to scorch your demilitarized zone, and the North will sweep down and unify Korea once and for all.
Is that your definition of helping the world?
For the North Koreans, it is.
The only problem is that your secret is out. I'm not the only one who knows about this.
You mean your American friend, Jinx?
James!
I fear she is about to be the victim of a tragic industrial accident.
And this isn't even like that exaggerated. Like, the cyber suit is from the movie.
The demise of your friend.
I mean, that's part of why people didn't like it. It was like the one movie that had like the ridiculous video game shit in it, kind of. So, I mean, I guess that's a, you know, as good a reason as any to actually put it in this game. All right, boxing mode. The transition into this fight was fucking sick. And she's like actually wearing the outfit from the movie, sort of, I think. She's like vaguely recognizable as her character. Okay, he's got a weapon. Dodge. Parry left to right. Right. Smash A. I'll learn the controls. This is pretty funny though, like they're not even trying to like punch back. They're like, all right, let me take a defensive stance and hope that James Bond punches me in the wrong spot. Ah, shit, he got it right.
I could do with a little help here. Nothing like cutting it close, is there?
We have to stop Graves.
Let's go.
All right, pretty satisfying. We're going into like full action mode. Like this kind of escalation from like segment to segment in each level is like genuinely cool. And her her gun stance, I feel like the animation is like not quite built for her skeleton. Like her like bow-legged stance I think looks a little funny because she's, I mean, I could be wrong, but yeah, the way she's like carrying her shoulders, like it definitely looks like it's using the same animation set as the male characters. There's like retargeted to different body proportions. It looks a little goofy, but I mean that's pretty common. Confront Gustav Graves. So is there going to be like a car chase escape after this, maybe? I don't know. Okay, shotgun time. I mean, how satisfying is this shit? Oh, Kunara V. Oops. Let me double check. I think that's our... Yeah, that's the M93.
Graves is escaping.
Not on my watch. Alright. Recontextualized level design. Oh, good. Dude, this gun fucking sucks. Okay. Still gonna use it to get some achievements. Stopping power is a little questionable. Where'd Jinx go? Maybe she ran ahead. Oh, I'm going this way. Maybe now we go into the lab. I guess not. I'm almost out of ammo. Actually, wasn't there a... Maybe not. I was gonna say, wasn't there an MI6 crate here somewhere?
Targets on the right.
This is one thing I do quite like about the level design that they've done multiple times in this game, where we're like infiltrating a facility and then we have to fight our way out, and it's like the same level layout, but you're going from the other direction and you have like totally different enemy spawns and shit. So it makes like, it feels like a different level, but it also doesn't feel like we're just doing the same thing. Like it doesn't feel like padding. Like sure, they could have triggered a cutscene when we reached the front door, but it's not like this part is annoying or feels like inappropriate. Especially because we can, and in some cases are probably forced to take like a little bit of a different route than we did coming in. Like it makes for a different experience. God. not sure if the thermal scope means that I don't like lock on like you would otherwise. Like it kind of feels like it doesn't, but I'm not sure. I was trying to squeeze through there to hide. I don't know where Jinx went, but
Graves escaping.
reactionary eliminations? I don't know what that means. Thermal actually is kind of helpful here because a fair amount of these guys are kind of blending in a little bit. Like kind of dark. The accuracy on this seems a bit shit though. Orbital space lasers, pretty good. Oh, frag grenades? I mean, they're kind of useless, but I might as well grab them. Oh. Reload. It's pretty good. Action set. I didn't even fucking see this guy. When you automatically lock on to people you don't expect because you didn't see them, it can definitely be a little disorienting. I'm being shot, but targeting me fucking through the door. Can I recover health? Hide in the bushes. This is an awesome, like, little set piece kind of thing with these laser beams exploding shit all around you. Can I reasonably try to snipe these guys? So. Am I fucking hitting a leaf in the way, or what's going on? Greetings, Mendel. Welcome back. Jesus Christ, that guy was... okay. Weird. Now we're not, like, really quite swimming, just going beneath the water surface. Last time I went through here, I wasn't allowed to use my watch or phone or anything, but now we can just fully shoot our gun. Let's see if we can just get out of here, though. I'm a little worried that something glitched out a little bit, but no, okay, we're good. Totally getting lost, but thankfully we've got helpful objective markers. I was hiding behind a light post and it was actually weirdly effective. Oh, I'm going to die. Let's get faster health recovery back. In case. Okay, it seems. Alright, that did have time to kick in before I died. Oh yeah, this is where we snuck in before. I haven't seen Jinx in like half the level. Okay, good. I just want to make sure we didn't have an objective to like protect her or anything. Checkpoint, okay. She like auto spawn back or something. Maybe she went to do something else and she told us and we didn't hear it. Right, shotgun. I can use the silencer. High capacity magazine thing. I'm not going to bother with the silencer because it's funny, but I don't think it's going to make a difference now anyway, and I'd rather not have it because it doesn't sound as fun or cool. Yeah, okay. So now we can't have full auto. Thermal scope, micro rifle. Quite a bit of cash here. Well, we can a compensator maybe. Yeah, nice. Okay. Weapon damage is slightly reduced. That's actually not good at all, but I'll do it for the Chivos. Is there a scope I can... No, I guess not, because I own all the different scopes. Fully purchased. I think we'll do that instead. All right. It's not like very good, but still satisfying. Like full auto, like using the recoil to hit him twice in the chest and twice in the head. Like, no, that's, you know, not quite enough.
I need some.
Oh yeah, reload. Okay. Already have. Oh. Fucking thermal sight. Start running. Just respawn more dudes up there. Kind of hard to see where guys are shooting from at times. Wait, chase. Alright, I forgot about these guys then. Was that? Okay. I wasn't sure if that was like a weird cutscene thing. Oh my god. This game's pretty good. Okay, this looks like... Well, maybe not. I was gonna say it looks like the end of the line just based on the map. I guess the objective marker stretches out like beyond the confines of the map. Looks like a parking garage or something though, so make a mad dash and go driving.
He's getting away.
We have to get to my car.
That's right, she was with us the whole time. "53 minutes. Yeah, dude, photograph the arms dealers. That was the same level as this. That was a long time ago. 53% complete is more than we usually get. We usually get like 40-something%. We actually collected quite a bit of intel. New bonus character art unlocked. I guess that's the thing we collect. I don't even know. I haven't looked at any of the like. I guess it didn't occur to me that it's something we could look at. I guess I didn't realize that we would be unlocking art. The only feedback message I've seen is like bonus character unlocked, which I took to mean like multiplayer skins. All right, it's 2:40 rather p.m. And yeah, we're kind of racing off the clock here, but I'm going to assume It'll be clear, I guess, but I'm going to assume that we're going into a driving stage and it's going to be a short gimmick stage. So I reckon we'll complete the next stage and we'll save Moonraker for the next stream, and I will still have I'll still have time to go do some errands before the sun is that is my deadline for today's stream. But obviously it should become clear, like we haven't had so far any levels that are like half gimmick level, half normal level. So if it's like, yep, okay, yeah, we're right into it.
MI6 to Bond. I'm tracking Graves' movements with satellite and drone feeds. He's heading to a makeshift runway.
Alright, it's pretty slippery. I was gonna say, it should become clear pretty quickly.
About 3.5 minutes till he reaches it.
If it's gonna be a long level. Tanner says we've got 3.5 minutes, so...
Activate the traction control for better grip on the ice.
Traction control activated.
I was just gonna say, do we have to wait for a Q gadget that makes us able to drive on ice? And I guess that was literally the thing. That's actually kind of sick. Zao strikes. Alright, so they're kind of reusing the mechanic from the License to Kill level here, but the context is different enough. It's not very easy to fucking dodge anything, though.
Activate the threat detection
Especially when I fucking can't steer. Threat detection system? Okay.
System activated.
Okay, I admit to this.
Bond, I'm detecting an energy spike from the Icarus.
It's not that easy to fucking drive, though. Oh my god. And if I can...
Traction control deactivated.
No, okay.
Traction control activated.
I wasn't sure if I had to disable or not because I couldn't fucking steer. I guess when the circle closes on those missiles, like they kind of stop moving. They like lock in the position. Just a little jump. Do we get to engage weapons here now? Yep.
Weapon system activated.
You need to get behind Zhao and lock onto his vehicle with your missiles.
Now let's get him again.
This is like a pretty typical Bond video game driving mission with heat-seeking missiles and shit, but it's actually kind of what it's like in the film, so it actually makes sense. And it's actually done well, honestly. Like layering all this stuff. Getting hit is annoying as fuck, but it's still a cool level. I'm trying to steer. Car's looking a little worse for wear, but my god! Thanks. Never made it through this gauntlet without sage advice, such as look out and James, look out. Car's pretty tanky, but I guess we just have to bump into him. Push him into the laser.
Graves' aircraft is just ahead of you. The cargo ramp is still down.
Oh my god, the steering!
Drive straight in. Is he crazy?
12 seconds. Tanner, can you give me a Q boost? I'm not gonna make it. Fucking crates. This is a cool level though. I guess we get to see a unique failure cutscene. Were there checkpoints though, or do we have to redo the whole level? Graves has escaped. I mean, it wasn't a long level, but it was annoying. It was the kind of thing that was awesome with a little bit of annoyance. Okay, great. But it's like if you had to redo the whole thing, the annoyance factor would overshadow the awesome factor pretty quickly. But you basically, oh my god, they don't fly in a straight line, so they're kind of tricky to dodge. Okay, I'm just getting fucking comboed at this point. Funnily enough, this is actually very similar to the not the jet ski level, but the water ski level in License to Kill. Because it's a very like similar mechanic where you're catching up to a boat or a plane or whatever it is, and it's like dropping stuff. And when you get closer, you get like 0 millisecond reaction time to dodge it. There we go. Just had to approach from the side. Just had to plane shift the car or the plane, I guess. So when you're up close, it's like there's no reaction time. You just have to pray that you're dodging correctly, preemptively. Well, that was cool. But we haven't actually confronted Gustav Graves, right? So, oh yeah, Goldfinger had the final boss confrontation as like an additional bonus thing after the second level.
We have to get to the control room.
So I'm guessing it's similar here. Like, I reckon there's a limit to how long this level can be. Grenade seems like a bad idea. From head to type 12. I mean, I think I can find a way. But, I mean, I appreciate your enthusiasm, Jinx.
I'll take care of
Glad you're into it.
Can you handle the pilots?
No problem. Let's go.
Target the Icarus beam. Hold X to use door. Hold X to trigger cinematic boss fight.
Primary target coordinates confirmed. Commence countdown to automatic firing sequence.
I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget or survive.
Making fucking like orc noises when I punch him, that's pretty good. It's like in Mortal Kombat grunts.
You can't win, Bond. Even if you kill me, the Icarus will go into failsafe mode. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
I press LT. I can dodge his electric beams. Alright. Punch mode engage. Shit is so elaborate too. This is way fucking cooler than the QTE fights in GoldenEye. I mean, it's by far the coolest of this kind of thing we've seen in any of Bond games. Like, there's been other games that have had vaguely similar things, like sort of cinematic fights. These are cool as hell. Oh, that's right. I forgot that we were in a plane.
Oops. You see, Mr.
to face destiny.
Time to face gravity.
Pretty satisfying. All right. Okay, time to pass out again. Escape the cargo plane. All right. Oh yeah, I guess we'll meet up with. I accidentally jumped. There we go.
Get to the cargo hold.
Come on, we have to get to the cargo hold.
I'm aware.
Back to the helicopter.
Took fire damage.
Nice working with you, Mr. Bond.
Fucking audio mixing, dude.
Just get lucky.
Let's not jinx it.
Like, that was fucking sick. That was an awesome, like, mega spectacle set piece. That was cool. That was cool. I missed the hidden bonus target. All right, we're gonna wrap it up there, but let's see how we transition from this to Moonraker. Do we just go back to the river, unconsciousness, and reminisce about that time we had a fist fight with Jaws in a cable car? I'm excited to get Hugo Drax speeches. Yep, back to drowning.
It's not too late, Bond. You can still join me. James! Your efforts are wasted, Bond. You will never stop me.
Shit is so fucking goofy.
Good afternoon, 007.
All right, let's not spoil ourselves. Let's quit there. Let me pause the timer there. And before we fully finish here, let's go to extras, bonus content, view unlocked bonus content from the past 50 years of Bond on film. Characters. Okay, so this is like the bonus character unlocked means we get this like wallpaper. I mean, it's cool. I like that. We have to collect like every item. Rocco, I didn't even know. I don't even know who that is, but that's fine. Yeah, but all of the likenesses I think are really well done. Files, it's going to be pretty. Production shots. Organization intel. Huh. Shoot all the bonus targets. This is like pretty difficult stuff, but it's like good rewards for doing that stuff. At least, you know, good to have some kind of rewards. But yeah, we will wrap this up on the next stream, whenever that will be, sometime in the next week or so. We'll just have to wait and see. For those of you who cannot get enough of James Bond, we are starting the movie watch marathon series adventure, whatever, and we will be watching, if I can speak, Dr. No tonight in about 6 hours. If you're interested in joining that, you can click that link, take a look at the Discord, agree to the rules to join, and then you can check out the movie zone for more information, and there'll be a little event in the server as well. But I will be back to stream probably not Monday, but Tuesday or Wednesday perhaps. We'll see. And we will be getting through the final Moonraker mission as well as, I suppose, watch a YouTube video or something of the Skyfall mission, just to see what that's like. But before I leave you, let's see who else is live that we might raid this fine Saturday afternoon. Slightly unusual stream time for me. That mean get a slightly unusual raid target? Let's find out. Looks like the Marty Nardo is streaming cinematic platformers plus diarrhea noises. That's a stream, I guess. So let's go with that. Anyway, thank you very much again for hanging out. I'll see you guys next time. Take care and goodbye.